Good morning. Hope you're having a great weekend. It is Sunday. Just a second here. Let me double check the date. September 14th. Sunday, September 14th. Let me make sure that VIR went through. Yep, it did. Sunday, September 14th, 8:43 a.m. Central Daylight Time, local time here in, let's just call it Wichita, Kansas. I'm a few miles east of Wichita, Kansas. I'm just about to start my day, and I don't know how long my day is going to last. So I'm 18 miles from my first delivery in Wichita, Kansas. So the way it has me routed is it has me going to a Menards in northeast Wichita, and then a Lowe's in southwest Wichita, and then a Menards in northwest Wichita. That doesn't make any sense to me. Because like it has me just driving to south side of Wichita, then the north side of the Wichita, and then I have to drive back south. So I'm going to do them in a different order. I'm going to go to the Menards in northeast Wichita, northeast Wichita, and then the Menards in northwest Wichita, and then the Lowe's in southwest Wichita, and then I'm going to go to the Lowe's in Derby, Kansas, which is just south of Wichita. Lowe's does not receive on the weekends. Menards receives anytime the store is open. Menards is my favorite place to deliver. Lowe's only receives like 7 to 4 Monday through Friday. Home Depot is 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. And Home Depot has like actual appointment times. My Lowe's have appointment times, but they don't care about appointment times. Home Depot, I've only delivered to one Home Depot so far, and they made an issue out of the appointment time. And I don't like Home Depot. Basically, the guy said that if I unloaded it, that he would sign the bills. So I unloaded the trailer all by myself, and he signed the paperwork. So we'll see how it goes with the rest of the Lowe's. I'm running like 2 days ahead of schedule. So I'm going to be a little upset if I run across a Home Depot that that makes me wait for the delivery appointment, makes me sit around for like 2 days to deliver. I think I'm delivering to 2 Home Depots in the Oklahoma City area and 2 Home Depots in the Tulsa area. So I'm only delivering, I have, let's see, I've done, I think I've done 8 or 9 deliveries so far. So I've got 44 total deliveries. So out of my approximately like 35 or 36 deliveries I have left, only 4 of them are Home Depots. And they could end up causing a big issue with my schedule with the appointment times, because the first Home Depot that I went to, the only one I've delivered to so far, just a second here, I'm trying to see if there's traffic coming from the right, and I can't really see much of anything in my mirrors. Even my hood mirror, I can't see much of anything. And sometimes, like you saw when I first started, I don't know if I started the video before they came through here, but there were a couple of cars that came through here just really fast. But we're rolling now. So today, the 2 Menards, no issues delivering. The Lowe's, I called the Lowe's yesterday and spoke with a manager, and he said that I could deliver today. The manager, Michael, told me that he's working from 10 a.m. until 8 p.m. So I could deliver anytime that he's there, and he'll do the delivery and sign for it and all that good stuff. but I'm just delivering one window. If it would have been a lot of items, then he wouldn't have accepted it. He asked me like how much I was delivering, and I said it's just one really big window that weighs 228 pounds. And he said that'll work. That'll be fine. We can do one window. And then Derby, Kansas. I have not called the Lowe's in Derby, Kansas, but Derby, Kansas is also one window, but it's not a big window. It's like a normal sized window. All right, there's a car about a quarter mile back. I'm going to go ahead and grab the right lane. I'm doing 58. All right, we got the cruise set at 70. And I've only got 11 miles until my exit. So I'm hoping I'm going to make as many deliveries as I can today. I'm not delivering too many windows to any of these places. So Lowe's does not receive on the weekends. But I'm going to try. I'm hoping Derby, Kansas, since it's also just one single window, I'm hoping that a manager will sign the paperwork for the window and let me deliver it. So here's my delivery schedule. Wichita, Kansas, Menards, Lowe's. And those I can definitely deliver to today. And then after that, it's Derby, Kansas, which is just like 15 miles south of Wichita. And that's just one window. And then Ponca City, Oklahoma, which is north central Oklahoma, just a few miles from the Kansas border. I don't remember how many I'm delivering to Ponca City. And then Enid, Oklahoma, which is, I don't know, like an hour east, or an hour west, west of Ponca City in north central Oklahoma. And then Stillwater, Oklahoma. And then I start my Oklahoma City deliveries. So I highly doubt that I'm going to be able to make any deliveries past Derby. I'm just hoping I can make Derby. But if I can make, Derby, Ponca City, Enid, and Stillwater, that means I'll be in Oklahoma City tonight. And like my next delivery is a Home Depot, and I can check them and see if they're going to take me like 3 days early. And if they won't take me 3 days early, then what I'll do is I'll make all of my other Oklahoma City deliveries that'll let me deliver, and then I'll set at the house until that Home Depot takes the delivery. But since I'm delivering like so few things to these places, I'm hoping that they're not going to make me sit around for 2 or 3 days waiting on delivery appointments. That's been the only thing that's allowed me to deliver early to the Home Depots, is how few items I'm delivering. If I had like an entire trailer load to deliver, they wouldn't take me early. Left lane closed ahead. 7.3 miles until we get off onto Kansas 96. So I haven't had a shower. Oh man, I forgot to load up sodas in my cooler. I sat there and took a 34, and during my entire 34, I forgot to put sodas in my cooler. That's what I was sitting around waiting for today, was my 34 to be up. My 34 was up at 8:41 a.m. this morning, and I really needed to do a 34. I had 28 hours left and I wasn't going to regain any hours until Wednesday. So I would have been struggling to make deliveries on Monday and Tuesday because I would have been running out of hours. But I'm running so far ahead of schedule right now that if the Home Depots are not assholes about the schedules, that I might be done like really early. The load is scheduled to go until the 22nd. Today is the 14th. So I think that's like Monday or Tuesday of next week. Let's see here. So that would be Monday next week. The 21st, 7 days from now, would be the 21st, right? The 14th. Next Sunday should be the 21st, so Monday would be the 22nd. Monday is when I'm supposed to finish, but they don't have me scheduled to do any deliveries on the weekends because Lowe's and Home Depot don't receive on the weekends normally. Menards is the only place that delivers on the weekends, and I don't think there are any Menards in Oklahoma. Most of my deliveries across Kansas has been Menards, but I don't think I have any Menards deliveries in Oklahoma because I don't think there are any Menards in Oklahoma. But at this rate, I could potentially be done by like Thursday, which would be 4 days early. Thursday is so today is the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th. Yeah, I could be done on the 18th. That's just a guesstimate. That's just purely guessing. The only thing that really sucks is that Lowe's and Home Depot have very short delivery hours. Home Depot is 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, and Lowe's is 7 to 4 Monday through Friday. And almost all of my deliveries that I have left after Wichita are Lowe's. So I'm not going to be able to deliver past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's really going to suck. All right, we're 7.8 miles away, but we're 2 miles away from leaving the interstate. So yeah, what I'm gonna do with all of the Lowe's today, that I'm gonna keep trying to deliver today, and I'm just gonna go into the store and ask if there's a manager that can sign for some windows that I'm delivering. I can unload them because I think the two big windows I'm getting delivered. So I have two like enormous windows left. One of them is going to my very first delivery that I'm about to do here in Menards. And the other one's going to the Lowe's. So all of the rest of the windows in the trailer, I might be able to pick up all by myself. there are some windows that are like 4 feet wide that it's really hard for a single person to pick up. And then there are some windows that are just really heavy that's hard for a single person to pick up. But I hope that the lows are accommodating, since it's not like an entire trailer load. It's basically like it's just a little bit more than a FedEx or a UPS delivery, but it's very similar to like a...
Take the Kansas 96 West ramp.
Very similar to like a UPS or FedEx delivery, so I can unload. I should be able to unload them all by myself. It's just a matter of getting somebody to sign the paperwork. And if that's the way I pitch it to the manager, then... Just a second here. Is this car going to move over? Yeah, they just started moving over. Then, yeah, a manager should come back there and just sign for me. But if I get to a point where they won't work with me, then I'll just camp out there until Monday morning. We'll just have to wait and see. And the person driving this SUV in front of me is having a hell of a conversation with the passenger. Lots of hand movement, and keeps turning their head to the passenger seat. Yep, that space is for you. That's the whole reason I have that space up there, just so that you could pass me and get in front of me. And this person's just going to drive down the middle of the road. Yeah, just everybody get up there. That space is for all of you guys. You know, there's nobody behind me for a half mile, but they have to pass me and get in front of me. Just have to cut me off and slam on their brakes in front of me. They just can't be behind a truck. Even though I'm going the speed limit of 65. Just can't be behind a truck. What is the name? Icon Structures had a really big parking lot. There was like this limousine golf cart, this extended golf cart that was driving around picking up people from the back of the parking lot. But yeah, Menards, they receive anytime the store is open. So I don't know what time they open, like 6 a.m. and they close at like 10 p.m. Oh my goodness. I wish all of my deliveries were Menards. I would be done by like Tuesday or Wednesday. Wichita city limit. So we are officially in Wichita now. And we're about a half mile from our exit, Webb Road. I see the sign for Menards already. So I told Lowe's I would be there at noon. And I didn't think I was going to be able to start driving until like 9:30 a.m. So I'm about an hour ahead of schedule. So I should have plenty of time to deliver to both of the Menards and still get to Lowe's by around noon. I don't have to be there at exactly noon. He told me he's there from 10 to 8. All right, we're going to make a left, and then we're going to make another left really quick. Oh man, this is awesome. There's like no traffic on this road. I love it. All right, so it's not here. It is this next little road here. Okay, here comes all the traffic. Just as I need to make a left turn, then everybody shows up. Oh, there's been a few trucks hit the curb pretty hard here. I just missed the curb by about 1 inch. And this is the Menards over on our right. The entrance, I believe, is on the other side of the building. Well, the truck entrance. Sorry, I'm trying to navigate these tight turns without going up over the curb. There's a flatbed sitting in the parking lot empty. So yeah, it should be this entrance right here.
Take the next right, then your destination will be on the left.
When I was in CDL school, TMC, the flatbed company, made a sales pitch to us trying to recruit us to go join them. Once we got out of CDL school, one of their sales pitches was that they had deals with places that they delivered to. This is a TMC flatbed, where they could, they have weekends off at TMC, and they have deals with Home Depot and the other places that they deliver where they can leave their trucks. They can park their trucks there for like home time and for like 10-hour breaks and stuff like that. Windows and doors, I think there's 14 of them. Yeah, 14.
Okay. You know where you're going?
Nope. Dock door 7 maybe?
That's going to be receiving. What do you got?
Door 7. Door 7?
Dock 7.
All right, thank you.
Dock 7.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Every Menards I've delivered to so far has been Dock 7. right, let's turn our four ways on and find the docks. Where are the docks? Where are the docks? Where are the docks? They're right there. Okay, so let's swing around. They're over to my right. You should be able to see them here in a second. And that door straight in front of me is where I go in at to walk around to the dock area. So I'm just gonna back up toward the door, get out of the roadway, and then we'll go open the doors. Alright, that should be far enough. And I'm not going to pause it. I'll be right back. I don't know how far this Bluetooth headset works. I am at the back of the trailer now. These doors suck. All right. Forgot to change my status. Trying to save as much time as I can. But we got the status changed now. Get off the drive line. It is not easy. I try to bump the docks as soft as I can, but it's not easy with air brakes. There we go. We bumped very gently. So I'm going to pause this and let's go get this unloaded. I'll be back in a minute. It is 9:11 right now. I'll try to remember to tell you the time when I get back. All right, and we are done. Sorry, let me get the mic positioned. We had one item short. A second here, get my next stop. Okay, that looks good. Getting my phone back into position to be my GPS. And we'll pull away from the dock. And since the exit is so close, I'm just going to leave the doors open. Because they're going to want to look in the trailer anyway. I don't like driving with the doors open because the doors are part of the frame. If you see a truck driving around with the doors open, you'll notice the trailer like bending a lot.
In 800 feet, turn left onto North Tobin Street.
Just a second here, let me get checked out. Okay. All right, he just gave me the thumbs up. All right, now I'm going to go and close the doors. I'll be back in just a second. Another Menards gate person talking about how stupid their policy is that they have to look inside these vehicles. He's like, I don't even know what I'm looking for. I don't know what you came in with. So I don't know what if that stuff in your trailer is stuff that you came in with or stuff that you're taking. But they've got cameras watching me and I have to do it. All right, let's turn our headlights back on. And let's make our way across town. We got 16 miles. It's like the opposite side of town. All right, we're making a left out of here. Basically going back out the same way we came in.
Next left onto North Tobin Street.
Got a car on the shoulder.
In half a mile, turn right onto North 95th Street East and North Webb Road.
All right, we got two vehicles coming through here. And then it should be clear. We're just going to creep through here on this twisty little residential street, or I guess it's a commercial street. It's a small street. We're doing 15 miles an hour. So yeah, one item short, and that's what takes a long time at these deliveries is finding the stuff. And when we can't find something, there's just a point where you have to give up. Oh, it's 9:56 a.m. That took a lot longer than it should have. We probably spent, for one, this is the first time that somebody hasn't already been back there. Usually, whenever I get in there, there's people already inside my trailer looking for their stuff. And sometimes they're already pulling stuff out by the time I get in there.
Turn right onto North 95th Street East.
I already pulled out like 8 windows by the time this guy showed up. I wonder if that's going to be a weekend thing. One of the Menards shipping and receiving people, I asked them if they receive nights and weekends, basically anytime they're open. They were like, yeah. All right, we're going to make a right at the light. He said they don't really like receiving on the weekend,
Turn right onto the
but
Kansas 96 West.
they'll receive anytime they're open.
Kansas 96 West.
So this might be a weekend thing where they're not used to receiving deliveries on the weekend, and they get a little ticked off that they have to come back and receive delivery. And the Derby, Kansas delivery, I saw it when I was looking for the windows for this delivery. It is just one small window. Like, I am definitely delivering that today, even if I have to, like, walk it through the front door. I'm going to find somebody that's going to sign for that. Just a second here. And you're just not going to get up to speed. You're just going to go slow. Now they're speeding up. Home Depot in Wichita. I'm not sure how many Home Depots there are in Wichita, but I've heard bad things about the Home Depot in Wichita. I talked about it in the last video. When I delivered to 11-foot width length, or 11-foot width restriction due to construction up ahead, we don't have to worry about that. We're good. We're 102 inches wide, which is 8 feet 8 inches, if I remember correctly. 8 times 12 is 96, right? So 8 feet 6 inches. My bad. No, wait, is it? Just a second here. There's something in the road. Look like I don't know what that was. Was not. It didn't appear to be a tire. I thought it was a tire at first. So 96 to 102 is 4 plus 2. Yeah. So 8.5 feet wide. 8 feet 6 inches. Approximately. But then I have mirrors sticking out beyond that, so we're closer to about 9, maybe a little over 9 feet wide. $102 is just the trailer width. All right. Construction speed limit is 50, and we're taking an exit here in a second. Or not. We're staying on the 96 all the way to our exit, but it's telling me to, Google's telling me to do stuff. So we're going across the 135, and I need to stay on the 96, which is going to merge with the 135 north for a short distance.
Use the right lane to take the I-135 north exit.
Ooh, 45 mile per hour exit. And it says that there's a 25, so the construction sign says 25. Oh no, I think that's for the other side of the road. Yeah, that's for the other direction. They loop around. All right, let's make sure that it is, yeah, it's a right lane exit to stay on 96. So we're just going to merge onto the 135 for a very short distance and then exit back onto the 96.
In a quarter mile, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 11A, ride 235 south, Kansas 96 west. Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 11A.
All right, now we're back on the 96.
Continue on I-235 south.
And we got about 3 miles. 30 mile per hour reduced speed ahead, left lane closed. What in the hell is this construction person doing? Oh, they're putting up construction signs. It There's a second here. Little lumpy bumpy. And that's the end of the construction. Still only 10 a.m. I've got 2 hours before I told Lowe's I'd be there, but Michael's on duty now. So we're good to go. So yeah, I should be able to make the Derby, Kansas delivery one window. I'm going to beg them to take it. I'll find a manager that'll sign for it. So that means I should be able to make it all the way to Ponca City tonight, at least. Maybe Ponca City's only got like 2 or 3 windows, and I can beg them to take it. It would be really awesome if I could get all the way to Oklahoma City, but I'm not thinking that's going to happen. All right, is this my exit? Exit 13? Yep. So we're going to stay in this lane.
In half a mile, use the right 2 lanes to turn slightly right onto Kansas 96 west. Signs for Hutchinson Valley Center. Use the right 2 lanes to turn slightly right onto Kansas 96
We got
west.
6.5 miles until we get there.
Keep left to stay on Kansas 96 west. Continue on Kansas 96 west for 3 miles.
All right, 2.6 miles to Ridge Road. Speed limit is 70. I'm not going to bother getting up to 70. We're doing like 64, 65. We're just pedaling it. No cruise control driving around in town. 4.5 miles, and my exit is in 1.5 miles. That sucks. That means I'm going to have to do 3 miles on city streets. 3 miles there, 3 miles back. That is no good. At least I'm going to be able to make it out of Wichita. Get the hell out of Wichita. Wichita is not a trucker-friendly place. There are hardly any truck stops in Wichita. Almost all the truck stops in Wichita are mom and pop truck stops. I think there's only one major truck stop in Wichita, and it's a Love's that has free parking. All of the mom and pop truck stops used to be free parking, but they all went paid parking because of all the locals. And I've heard that you can't find a parking spot at the Love's because it's just full of locals. All right, so this outside lane is a left turn. Is it going to stay green for me? I'm preparing to stop. All right, it's going to stay green. It's a long green light.
Continue on North Ridge Road for half a mile.
All right, we're going down this way for a half a mile. Doing 25 and a 40. 28.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto West 37th Street North.
After all those deliveries, the trailer definitely feels lighter. All right, we're going to be making a right here, and I'm going to use all the lanes to make a right turn. I'm going to try to block these 2 right lanes.
At the light, turn right onto West 37th Street North.
It looks like I have 2 lanes to turn into. So I could have maybe done it in a single lane, but I like the extra space because it's really hard to tell what you're turning into. Oh, I have 3 lanes. It's really hard to tell what you're turning into until you get there.
Continue on West 37th Street North for 2 miles.
All right, now we got 2 miles until we get to the store. 2 miles on this street, and then we make a left turn into the store. And we're going to come back out the same way we came in because it's like a 6-mile drive on Ridge Road. The road that we were just on, it's like 6 miles south is where the Lowe's is at. And I don't want to drive 6 miles on Ridge Road. I'm going to go back out to the interstate and take the interstate 6 miles south, and then hop off the interstate onto Lowe's. We're doing 36 and a 40. 1.3 miles left. So who has to do a hazmat stop? Do you have to do a hazmat stop if you're carrying any hazmat? Nope. You only have to do a hazmat stop if the whatever load you're carrying requires placards. So you can have hazmat in the trailer if it's not placarded, like bleach. They have this stupid rule. Like, why even have placards if you're going to have exclusions for placards from large companies? So retailers, mainly Walmart, complained about placards. Walmart didn't want to require all of their drivers to have hazmat endorsements. It was really hard for them to find enough drivers that had hazmat endorsements. So companies like Walmart lobbied to have the rules changed to where if hazmat is in a retail container, it doesn't count as hazmat. So you can have an entire trailer load of bleach. As long as it's in retail containers, then somebody without a hazmat endorsement can drive it around, and it does not need placards. So as long as you don't have placards, you don't have to do a hazmat stop at a railroad. And if it says exempt, you don't have to do a hazmat stop. So passenger buses and placarded hazmat has to do a hazmat stop. Well, this is our turn right here. At non-exempted railroads.
Turn left,
All right. And they've got a big boulder in the median to make sure that trucks don't go across the line. I can't see shit past these trees. I cannot see the lane closest to me to see if there's oncoming traffic. That's just stupid to put trees there like that blocking your view.
next left, then turn right.
Look at all those chickens. All right, I'm going to let this four-wheeler go in front of me. I don't know if they're going to the lumber yard or if they're exiting. They're going to the lumber yard. Let's see what this pickup's doing. They're making a turn. All right, let me check the paperwork real quick and see how many I'm delivering here. 12 items that weigh, was that 500 pounds? Let me check again. Yeah, 500 pounds exactly. All right, now I got to swing really wide here.
You have arrived.
Oh man, there's been a bunch of people hit their little log here. Hello. Windows and doors, 12 of them.
You're going to number 7. Have you been here before?
Nope.
Okay, so it's going to be in our. Let me
Right there? I think I can see it.
Yep, number 7, it's the one in the middle.
All right.
Just turn right and then back up enter.
All right, thanks, sir. All right, let's make sure we don't hit their log. And it's just straight to the right. Damn, they're already there. They've got the door open and everything. They're standing there in the doorway. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the doors since I'm not blocking anything. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Let's get off the drive line. I should have done that before I closed the damn doors. I keep forgetting. Alright, we're pretty much straight at the door right now. Oh my goodness, these yellow lines are way off. We're going down the ramp and it's wanting to pick up a lot of speed. Alright, we bumped it. So I'm going to pause while we go unload these 12 items. Be right back. Good afternoon. Welcome back. I thought I unpaused the video. Maybe I double tapped it. I unpaused it and then paused it again. All right, so we just finished. No overshort damage. We found all the items, and we did not run across any of the missing items from the other stores. Took a while to unload. What took the longest was getting the guy to sign. Like, he was signing, he was writing his name, and just like he was taking forever. He had one of those really like long signatures, and then he was hand writing his name, or spelling his name out, and then he was lazy. All right. Yeah, whenever all the people were just standing around while I unloaded like the first 4 or 5 windows. And then finally one of them started helping me. And then there was another guy just standing at the back of the trailer, just watching us. And I said, "You gonna help?" And he said, "Well, I said, "You must be a supervisor. You gonna help?" And he said, "I was just counting the stuff as you was bringing it off." I was like, "Well, why don't we get all the items off, then we'll count them and we'll do the paperwork and all that good stuff." And then he came in there and started helping. So I'm gonna go close the doors, be right back. Alrighty. Now let's roll on to Lowe's.
Head west toward West 37th Street North.
So I can definitely knock out the next Lowe's. Then I'm done in Wichita. I just have these 3 deliveries in Wichita. 2 Menards, 1 Lowe's. And then I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to knock out that Derby, Kansas. It's just 1 window. I'm going to make them take it today. It's 10:46 a.m., man. I am way ahead of schedule. I'm going to get to the Lowe's at like 11 a.m., like an hour early. Oh my goodness. I had an opening, and then these cars they're making right turns onto the road and just flooring it. So like I have an opening, and then a car turns onto the road and just tears ass in my direction. All right, after this one, we're good. Everybody's just in such a hurry. All right, this is going to be close.
Continue on West 37th Street North.
No, this is not going to be close. We went over the curb a little bit. I'm not sure if I could have taken that turn much of any wider. I touched my left steer tire, rubbed the curb, and I went over the curb a little bit. I'm sure I could have. I went about 8 inches over the curb. I probably could have made that without going over a curb. I knew it was going to be close, but I didn't realize it was going to be that close. So that's curb number 2 I've hit on this delivery. Well, not on this trip, the entire trip. That's the second curb, not this delivery. But that's the thing that sucks about delivering directly to like retail instead of delivering to a distribution center or a warehouse. Driving on city streets sucks. These streets aren't made for trucks, even though trucks have to travel on them. We're going 38 and a 40. We're cruising right along. .7 miles until we make a left-hand turn. Is it that light up there? That light looks like it's about a half mile away. Half to 3/4 of a mile. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the left lane so I don't have to fight with cars when I get there. You should never know who you're going to get. You might get the really nice person that stops in the middle of the road to let you over, or you might get the asshole. Or you might get somebody who's just not paying any damn attention.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto North Ridge Road.
You know what? I changed my mind.
Head east on West 37th Street North toward North Ridge Road. In 400 feet, turn right onto North Ridge Road. At the light, turn right onto North Ridge Road.
We're gonna drive North Ridge Road. We're gonna do it. It's Sunday. Traffic isn't that bad. We're just gonna drive straight down this road. It looks like a nice road.
Continue for 5 miles.
It's 5 miles. If I would have gone back out onto the interstate, it was 13 miles. That 2 miles right there didn't seem that bad. That's what changed my mind. I was like, you know what? Let's just do this. And that lazy supervisor was sliding his end of the window on the ground. I had my end picked up off the ground. He was sliding his end. I was like, mother, lazy bum. Like, the windows that we were carrying by 2 people, we weren't carrying them because they were heavy. We were just carrying them because they were so big. Like, they probably weighed maybe 50 pounds, and that guy just couldn't carry 50 pounds with somebody else helping him. He just had to let his end drag. But after we got everything unloaded, I said, all right, do you want to double check everything for damage? Because I can report damage on the, this is going to be, I'm trying not to stop too hard. All right. And one of the straps came loose. Oh my goodness. Okay, so some of the windows are stacked on top of other windows. And one of the double stacked stacks of windows, I undid the strap at the last stop at the first Menards I delivered to look and see if there was a we're trying to find that window. And I remember, restrapping that thing, and the strap popped back out of the E-track, and all of those windows fell over. Luckily, they didn't fall off of the stack. They just fell over on their side, like dominoes. So they didn't go all over the place. None of them broke or anything like that. But I restrapped it, and I tugged on it several times, and I don't know how it came undone. When we get to Lowe's, if that strap came undone again, then I'm going to put a different strap on there and just throw that strap in the trash or something. But I specifically remember restrapping that thing because it was really hard to get the strap to release so that I could get like um, slack on the line to be able to hook it back in. I would really like to be in that left lane with all these trees. But I haven't hit one yet. They've got them trimmed back, but we're going through a bunch of them right now. Ooh, man, I saw a really gnarly broken branch that somebody had hit. I'm not hearing or feeling anything hitting. Just a second here. This pickup is coming up on me fast. They saw that space in front of me, and I think they were trying to get around me to cut me off to get in front of me. But they realized that they didn't have enough room. Three miles until Taft Street. I might actually come in on the other entrance because I chose Taft Street because I was going to be coming in from the interstate or the highway or state road or whatever it was. The docks are actually on the other side, so I might come in the other entrance. But the other entrance looked like it had a median that was going to be, really tough to make it through in a truck. So I might still come in on Taft Street, even though it's the opposite side of the building where the dock is at. Chevy Chevelle Super Sport LOLI1 is the license plate on it. All right, 1.5 miles until Taft Street. When I get to the intersection, if there's a red light, I'll see if I can see how bad the entrance is on the north side of the building. You know what? We're just going to come in off Taft Street. That way I don't have to make a left turn across traffic. I don't know. We'll see how bad traffic is as well. All right, let's see how many of these cars race to get in front of me. Right, that last one held up. That would have been cutting it close if they would have went for it. All right, we're getting close. We're a mile away. Ooh, buddy. Yeah, that was stupid. What in the hell did that car just do? All right, this light is going to be the north side entrance light. All right, looks like there's a decent amount of traffic on that road, so I'm not going to try to make that left turn. We're just going to go down to Taft Street. Did we just pick up a third lane? So I'm going to have to get over a lane in a quarter of a mile. Oh my goodness, look at the line. What is that line for? Drive-through coffee. They have two lines for the drive-through coffee, and it is just really backed up. I don't understand, like, the fascination with coffee. I enjoy a cup of coffee every now and then, but Starbucks has had an absolutely crazy marketing campaign to where they have gotten everybody to where they think coffee should be a regular part of their day. All right, looks like most of the cars to my right are turning right. And I think everybody's making a left turn up ahead because that left lane is really stacked up. But I need to get over a lane. So once we get through the intersection, I'm going to try to get over to the right, because I'm making a right turn in the not too distant future. I'm going to just go ahead and turn on my signal.
In 1,000 feet, turn right onto Taft Street.
All right, so I'm making a right turn here. I'm going to go ahead and swing out and block the other lane.
Turn right onto Taft Street.
All right.
600 feet, turn right.
Now we're going to go to the back of the building and make a right turn and then drive around to the front of the building. Well, not the front, but the north side of the
Take
building.
the next right, then you will arrive at your destination.
And there we go. Oh my goodness, there's a Knight parked up here. I hope they're not blocking the damn dock. No, they don't appear to be. And they are sitting in their truck. Probably waiting for delivery tomorrow. Hopefully I don't cause a bunch of drama with the manager doing me a favor to where Knight's going to be like, well, why aren't you unloading me? Alright, let's get backed up a little bit so we're not in the roadway, and then we'll go pop the doors open. I'm going to go ahead and leave the video rolling in case Knight comes over here asking questions. He seems like he's going to keep playing on his phone. I'll be back in a minute. We'll open up the doors. All right, all right, all right. Hopefully I don't have to go in through the front entrance. Hopefully somebody answers the back door. I don't want to have to walk all the way around the damn building. Alright, we're just trying to bump it really soft. There we go. We're on it. Now, damn it, I forgot to get off the drive line again. Well, at least I remembered before I went back and started unloading. Let's get the paperwork. I'm going to pause this while I get paperwork and go unload. Be right back. All right, that went kind of smooth. I did have to walk to the front of the building. They didn't answer the doorbell at the back of the building. And then I had to find somebody, and they had to like page Michael. They're like, Michael hasn't clocked in yet. He's clocking in right now. He'll be there in a second. But it's 11:25 a.m. All right, I'm going to go close the door, and then we're going to head to Derby. we're going to go back out the same way we came in. When I walked around to the front, I'm glad I came in the other entrance because it is a really narrow road. They have a median in between the two lanes, and it's pretty damn narrow. So 14 miles to Derby.
Head east toward West Maple Street.
And Derby is my last delivery in Kansas.
In 600 feet, turn left onto Taft Street.
All right, bear with me while we get out to the road.
Take the next left onto Taft Street.
All right, left is clear, right is clear. Oh, left is not clear. Somebody just came flying around the corner.
In 600 feet, turn right onto Eisenhower Airport Parkway.
Just as soon as I started pulling out in the road, I saw him come around the corner hauling ass. All right, now
At the light, turn right onto Eisenhower Airport Parkway.
use both of these lanes. I might be able to make a right on red. There's not a whole lot of, well, yeah, here comes some cars. Here they come. And they're just nice and spread out. Like 300 feet in between them. Just enough to where I can't get out there. All right, we're going for it. We're making a right on the red. All right, we want the left lane.
In a quarter mile, use the left lane to turn left onto West Kellogg Drive.
And Google wants us to like jump around on like several different roads to go like the straightest, most direct route to Derby. I'm not doing that crap. We're just going straight over to, we're taking 400 to 135 and then 135 down to Derby instead of hopping across like 4 or 5 different roads and highways. Oh shit. It's a double left turn. It had this listed as an exit. I wish there was like better markings. Like you can't put shit like that just like right at the intersection. It takes time for one of these trucks to get somewhere. Like it would be very difficult for me to maneuver back out to that left lane, but we're going to do it. There's nobody coming over on the left, and I don't want to risk somebody getting alongside me.
Use the left lane to turn left onto West Kellogg Drive, then slide left onto the US 54 East ramp.
All right, the truck that was behind me in the other lane knew that these vehicles need a lot of room, and they waited for me to make the turn before they got alongside me, which is good because I had to go into the other lane.
Slide left onto the US 54 East ramp, then merge onto US 100 East.
This truck is so nice. He knew I was going to need to get on that on-ramp. He made room for me.
south exit.
Google's wanting me to take this 235 south exit. And like, this is the shortcut that Google's want me to take, is to hop down on 235 and then take some city street over to 135 and just a whole bunch of dumb crap.
Take the I-235 south exit.
We're not doing that. We're going to take this highway all the way to 135. Let's sip some soda. Alright, what in the hell is this car doing? It just stopped alongside me and started speed matching me. Alright, now it's driving off. Yeah, the young loader kid that came back there to help me couldn't lift it. So basically, I had to do it all by myself. A big 228-pound window. And I picked up one end of it, and the kid helped me slide it onto one of their little dolly things. And then the kid wasn't able to push it onto the dolly, so I had to go back on to the side that he was on and pick that end up and push it onto the dolly. But they were nice. I'm really glad they let me deliver it. Alright, just a second here. These cars in front of me are slowing down. They must be exiting. One of them was. We're doing 50 and a 60. And more cars are stacking up in the right lane. Must be a popular exit coming up soon. My exit's still 2 miles away.
2 miles, use the right lane to take the I-135 south exit toward Oklahoma City.
I haven't checked any of my deliveries past Derby to see how many each of the stores are being delivered. But if it's only like 1, 2, 3 items, if it's like less than 5, maybe even 10 windows, I might be able to talk them into left lanes closed up ahead. I might be able to talk them into receiving them. But especially just one window. Just a second here. This car sees space in front of me. It's just got to fucking get in it. That's what that space is for. I saved it for you, man. And it looks like the car's wanting to cut off that SUV on the left to get back over to the left lane, because they kept swerving over into the left lane. Now they're swerving over in the left lane again. People tend to go where they're looking, so that person is looking over in the left to see if there's space to get over there.
In a quarter mile,
Now they're looking to the right.
I-135 south exit toward Oklahoma City.
All right. Now we're taking our exit here.
Use the right lane to take the I-135 south exit, then use the right lane to take the I-135 south ramp.
Ooh, this is a sharp turn. I didn't see a speed sign, so it should be good to go at 60, which is the speed limit.
Use the right lane to take the I-135
We're doing
south
45.
ramp. Continue on I-135 south for 2 miles.
All right, in 2 miles, looks like a cop behind me. They're taking the exit.
In 2 miles, take exit 38 for Kansas 15 south and southeast Boulevard.
All right, I'm just double checking what in the hell Google's having me do. .3 miles. We're going to take the 15 south. And the 15 is the road that goes into Derby. All right, and this lane is going exit only to the 15 south.
In a half mile, take exit 380 for Kansas 15 south and southeast Boulevard.
I guess I'm lucky Michael showed up for work today, because he was supposed to start his shift at 10, and he didn't get clocked in until
Exit 380, then
like
turn
almost
to
11:30.
south.
25 mile per hour ramp, we're doing 50. 14 foot 6 inches ahead. Alright, I don't see any cars coming in the other direction.
Continue on Kansas 15 south for 4 miles.
So we're 4.8 miles away, and we're 3.5 miles away from our next turn. Ooh, light just turned green. That's nice. So if they won't take the window, then I'm going to have to set until 7 a.m. tomorrow. The Corvette coming by. See if they pass on the right and romp on it. There they go. Yep, did you hear it? But as soon as they hit it, that car moved over to the right lane. They saw that open road and they're like, I'm going for it. Got a big railroad crossing coming up, and then a light right after it. Oh, I was speeding. I was doing 52. Speed limit's 50. All right, let's get ready to stop. I'm hovering the brake right now. We were so close to the point of no return. I was just about to say we're past the point of no return and put my foot back on the throttle. I wish they had some kind of, indicators on the lights to, give you some kind of warning of when they're about to turn red. The yellow light is supposed to be that, but like the yellow light is only up there for like 2 seconds. That's not enough time. But I suspect the reason that we don't have like a 5-second yellow light, a 5 or 10-second yellow light, is people would just treat yellow as green and just run it. All right, let's start slowing down and hope it turns green. It's gonna be a while before it turns green. They're probably gonna let the left turn people go before it turns green. They still haven't let the left turn people go. They just now let the left turn people go. .1 miles until I make a left turn. And we're green. And there is a lot of cars behind me. It's going to be possibly a pain for me to get over to make this left turn, because so much traffic got built up behind us at that light. Yeah, it's going to be a bitch for me to get over. All right, at the half-mile mark, I'm going to put on my signal and try to start getting over, and we're at the half-mile mark now. All right.
5th Street South.
Finally got a car. It's letting me over.
Take the next left onto East 55th Street South.
Do we have enough room? Yep, we got enough room.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto North Butler Street.
All right, now we're about to make a right onto Butler Street.
At the stop sign, turn right onto North Butler Street. Continue on North Butler Street for 3/4 of a mile.
All right, all right, all right. 3/4 of a mile, we make a right turn.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto North Commerce Drive.
All right, we're gonna make a right turn on this road.
Take the next right onto North Commerce Drive.
Nobody coming from the other direction here.
In 1,000 feet, turn right.
Missed the curb by about 6 inches. And right there's our dock. Wait, is that it? Or,
Take the next right, then your destination will be on the left.
yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's our dock right there. And Heartland just left an empty trailer out here in the damn road. I didn't even know Heartland was still in business. How in the hell are we gonna do this crap? Let's swing over to the right. See if we can somehow do a U-turn here. Is there enough room for me to flip it around? This is going to be really tight. Let me undo my seatbelt and see if we can jackknife spin this thing around. You should be able to drive down the side of the building and there should be a turnaround, but they've got it blocked off for construction. If it wasn't blocked off for construction, then what I would do is I'd check Google Maps and verify that there's a turnaround down there, and I would drive down there and turn around. But there's no point in even looking because I can't go down there because it's blocked off for construction. I might be camping out here overnight. We'll find out. We'll find out shortly. Oh, I think I cut it a little too hard. Or just right. All right, we're lined up perfect straight into the door right now. Go, Scooter Man. Those scooters are fast. All right, I'm going to pause this while I open the doors. All right. We got it delivered, but that's the last one I'm going to try today. The next delivery in Ponca City, Oklahoma is 9 items. And that's going to be a little bit too much to ask on a weekend. Because, like, the manager this time, she was, like, hesitant to even let me deliver one item. When she walked up to me, like, I found some, like, normal people, and they were like, "Can we help you?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm looking for a manager." And they were like, "Well, is there something we can help you with?" And I said, "I'm a delivery driver, and you guys normally don't receive deliveries on the weekend." But I'm only delivering one item. So I was hoping that a manager would be able to sign for the one window that I'm delivering. And they were like, "Oh, let me call over a manager." And they called over Brad or some guy. And he didn't know what to do. He was like, "Let me call my manager." So he called Brenda. Something that started with a B. And she was asking, like, what it was I was delivering and stuff. And he was like, "I don't know if I can do this. I got to check with my manager." And she walked back there. And as she was walking up to us, she was like, "They're supposed to make appointments. And they're supposed to arrive at their appointment time." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm running like 2 or 3 days ahead of schedule, and it's only one window. I was just checking to see if you guys would sign for it on the weekend. I mean, I can bring it in here. I can deliver it. You guys don't need to unload it. I can bring it through the front door if you really need me to." And she was like, "No, that's fine." Well, and she said, "Let him out through the back door and let him bring it in through the back door. And you can go ahead and sign for it." So he let me out we didn't unload it off the dock, even though I was backed into the dock. They just opened up the shipping and receiving entrance door to let me go outside. And I had to pull off the dock. And then pull the window out the back and walk it in through the dock door. The thing only weighed like 25 pounds. It wasn't too big, but it wasn't a tiny window either. By the time I made it all the way to the door, I was a little winded carrying it that far. And it wasn't that far. It was probably like 200 feet that I had to carry it. But I got it all signed for. We're all done. The next delivery is Ponca City, Oklahoma, which is an hour away, 56 miles away. So we're going to drive back over to the interstate and take the interstate down to Ponca City instead of backroading it. Google wants me to backroad it. Google wants me to take state roads and highways all the way to Ponca City, and I'm like, nah, let's not do that. I don't want to do that when we have an interstate right here. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get in the left lane because we need to make a left turn. That's the interstate straight ahead, but it's a toll road, and it has limited on and off ramps, so there's not an on and off ramp off of this road. I have to drive south to the next road, and then that one has an on ramp.
At the light, turn left onto South Hydraulic Avenue, Treat.
So yeah, I'm just gonna park in the dock and wake up at 6 a.m. and be standing there at the door ready to go.
South Hydraulic Avenue for 1 mile.
At 7 a.m. What I might actually do is, while I'm sitting around doing nothing today, is I might go in there and check and see where all the Ponca City deliveries are at. I found a Tulsa delivery. Like, Tulsa is one of my last deliveries, and I've already run across a Tulsa delivery that I set off to the side by itself. It's just annoying how they loaded this trailer. There's just zero consideration for, well, I won't say zero consideration, but there wasn't much consideration given for unloading the trailer.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto East 71st Street South.
Man, this looks like a tiny little road. Why would they have an on-ramp on this road, but not the huge, like, main road I was just on? That doesn't make any damn sense.
Right onto East 71st Street South.
Come on, bro. Go ahead and get out of there. I need all the lanes. All right, there's nobody coming.
Continue on East 71st Street South for 3/4 of a mile.
All right, we made it. Shoulderless road. We're doing it. We're doing the shoulderless road. I probably could have taken hydraulic all the way down and then cut south on another road. Maybe. I don't know.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto South Main Drive.
I'm not too concerned with it. We got there. All right, so we're going to make a left turn here somewhere. All right, we're going to make a left turn on that road right there. All right, and traffic is stopped at a stoplight.
Left onto South Main Drive.
All right, go ahead and turn, truck. Go ahead and turn. They were going to back up for me, but I was waving them to go ahead and turn.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto the 935 South Kansas Turnpike ramp to Baldwin, Oklahoma City.
We're almost on the interstate.
South ramp, then merge onto I-35 South.
Alrighty. We're on the interstate. Happy days. Success. Alright, got a big truck in our lane, but they're going to make it past before I get on the interstate.
Continue on I-35 South for 22 miles.
And we're good to go. 53 miles to get to the Lowe's in Ponca City. So what day am I on? What day am I supposed to be in Ponca City? Let me get the cruise control set. And then we'll figure out what day I'm on. All right, so Friday I was supposed to go as far as Manhattan, Kansas. Monday I was supposed to go as far as my first delivery in Wichita. Tuesday I was supposed to start in Wichita at Lowe's. And I think Tuesday I was supposed to make it all the way to Oklahoma City. I think Tuesday I was supposed to do one of my Wichita deliveries Monday, and then on Tuesday do the other two, and then do Derby, Ponca City, Enid, and Stillwater all on Tuesday. And I think my Home Depot in Edmond was supposed to be done Tuesday afternoon, and that was supposed to be like my last delivery of the day. So Ponca City was supposed to be done Tuesday. So yeah, I'm basically 2 days ahead of schedule almost. And whether or not I'm going to be able to stay ahead of schedule is just going to depend on Home Depot. I haven't had any issues with Lowe's on appointment times. Lowe's, as long as you arrive during their receiving hours, I've never had any issue. I've never even had anybody look and see what my appointment time was. Home Depot is the only place that I've had any issues with on the appointment times. And I've only got like 4. I think 2 Home Depots in Oklahoma City and 2 in Tulsa. Everything else is Lowe's from here on out, because I don't think there are any Menards in Oklahoma. And there are some massive windows. So we had the really big windows at the back of the trailer. There are some more really big windows deeper into the trailer. So I have 9 items I'm delivering in Ponca City. I don't know how many more, how many items I'm delivering to Enid and Stillwater. All right, I'm going to go ahead and speed up a little bit. I've got the cruise set at 70, and I'm catching up with all these vehicles, but I'm blocking the left lane. Oh, four-wheeler has just been sitting there chilling behind that truck, and now they see another truck coming up. They're like, I don't want to be behind a truck. You are already behind a truck. But no, they've got to get out and pass now that another truck is passing. There was a car behind me somewhere, and I don't see it anymore. I don't know if it exited or if it just slowed down and got in the right lane. But now I have to figure out what I'm going to eat. I think I'm going to eat some burritos. All right, now we're going to drop back down to our cruise speed of 70. I don't know what made me think of it, but right now I was just thinking about my last day as a security guard. I think I've told the story once before in a video, but I'll tell it again while we're driving 43 miles to Ponca City. So whenever I moved from Reno to Oklahoma City, when I moved back here, because I grew up in Oklahoma, then I moved to Nevada, and then I moved back to Oklahoma. Well, whenever I moved back here, I got a job doing security. I went and I got certified to do armed security. In Oklahoma, they call it CLEAT certified, Council on Law Enforcement Education and Training. You have to get CLEAT certified. You have to get a background check done by the state. There's a whole bunch of paperwork and training you have to do to be armed security in Oklahoma. So I went through all that and got a really terrible job paying next to nothing as security for a shopping center. So I was hired by the person that owned the shopping center, the person that leased out the buildings. So we had a J.C. Penney, a Ross or something like that, some cheap clothing store, and several other businesses in the shopping center. I didn't work for any of them, so I wasn't authorized to like go inside any of the buildings. I was hired by the property owner, so I just did security outside of the buildings for the property. But even though I wasn't hired by any of those businesses, they would still call me in. I worked for a company called, well, I'm not going to say the name of the company. Better not give out too much information. But I worked for a security company, and like Ross had a huge problem with grab and go theft. So when they suspected people were going to be like grab and go, they would call and, ask to have me come in the store. And oh my goodness, when I would walk in the store, everybody would just get real quiet. No one would say a word while I was in there. And I would just stand there for like 5 or 10 minutes while people checked out. But the story I was thinking of was my very last day as a security guard. Once a week, a supervisor would come by and pick up my reports. They would just do rounds where they would go around and pick up people's reports. They would just drive from place to place, picking up everybody's reports. So the reports were basically anything that happened on the property. We had a log where we reported it. We would just write down what happened. We would write down, did a patrol or did this, we would write down what was going on the property. Basically, it's like a diary of the property. And they would come pick them up. There wasn't like a schedule. I never knew when they were going to come by and pick them up. Sometimes they wouldn't pick them up for 2 weeks. Sometimes they'd be there every day. Right lane closed ahead. It just kind of depended on like the schedule, because the supervisors had to cover for people who called in sick. So a lot of times the supervisors would be working a normal post and they wouldn't be able to do the rounds. Oh my goodness, stop brake checking me, bro. So one of my supervisors was an Elvis impersonator, and he was like 5 foot tall, short guy, probably 60 years old, had, Elvis hair. I think he had red hair, but he had it, grown out like Elvis. So he had huge sideburns and all that stuff. So he shows up to collect my paperwork, and we're sitting there just chatting, and 2 vehicles come flying into the parking lot. And this had to have been a Saturday, because there was an OU football game, and the property I worked was just north of Norman, Oklahoma, where the University of Oklahoma is at. So it was Saturday evening, and the game just ended, and it was just a parking lot on the interstate. The interstate was right next to the shopping center. And some vehicles came flying off the interstate. One was chasing the other, and then they like came to an abrupt halt in the parking lot, and like 4 guys got out of the front vehicle. It was one of those small SUVs. There were like 4 guys that got out of it, and then there was 1 guy that got out of a pickup behind it, big guy. So the 4 guys jumped out of the SUV like they were going to get into a fight. Like, you know, they jumped out really quick and started making a move toward the pickup. And then they saw the big guy get out and they stopped. And then they just started yelling at each other. So my supervisor, as the cars were pulling in, I was pointing them out to him. Those cars are going really fast. And then when we saw them stop, we both hopped in our vehicles and drove over. And, yeah, just come over real close. I've got a line of cars on my left that are going almost the same speed I am. Why is there so much traffic on the road on a Sunday? So we drive over there and hop out, trying to get over there before a fight breaks out. They're still yelling at each other whenever we roll up. Is that a truck on the shoulder? I can't see shit past that van. It is. I have 2 cars passing me right now. There was a little gap in between them, so I was able to go out into the left lane just a little bit when I went around that truck because the cars weren't alongside me yet.
There are police reported ahead.
But anyway, we caught them before they started fighting. And when the supervisor, the little Elvis impersonator, gets out of his car, he immediately just runs up to the big guy that got out of the truck, gets right up against him where he's like touching him. And he's looking straight up at him, got his finger pointed at him, and is yelling at him. He has no idea what's going on, and he's already yelling at that big guy. The big guy he's really young. He's probably like 18 years old. And he's probably about 6'5", 260. He looks like a college linebacker or an NFL linebacker. He's like huge. So I grab a hold of the supervisor by his shoulder and pull him over beside me. And I'm trying to de-escalate, so I'm talking in a nice, calm voice. And I'm like, so what in the hell is going on? And the big guy is almost in tears. He's so mad. You ever get so mad that your throat dries out, you can't talk, and like your eyes are watering, eyes are completely bloodshot, you're shaking? That's how mad this guy was. So he's trying to tell me what's going on. And he's having difficulty because of how mad he is. And basically what he said happened was he was on the interstate, stuck in traffic, and these 4 assholes in the SUV threw a can out their window and hit his truck. And he started yelling at them, and they basically started taunting him and giving him the finger and stuff like that. And then I think they intentionally threw another can at his truck, and that just pushed him past his limit. And I don't know what all they did on the interstate, but they exited off the interstate, and he chased them down into the parking lot, and he was wanting to beat their asses. And he was telling me the story of the truck and why it was. I asked him, I said, so is there any damage to the truck? And he said, no. But he went on to explain that this was basically, his parents were really poor. And his parents were so proud of him getting accepted to the University of Oklahoma that they, like, put the money together to buy this truck for him to go to college in. Like, it was a really, really, really big deal for his family to buy this really nice truck for him. So, like, he was extremely defensive of this truck because of how much it meant to him and how much of a gift it was from his family and how proud they were of him going to college. And he was also training for the UFC. He was training to be a UFC fighter. So this guy would have absolutely murdered those four. Like, the four guys in the SUV were like 5'5", 110 pounds. They were all tiny, skinny guys that were just talking mad amounts of shit before. Like, when I got there, they didn't say a word. I don't think they said one word the entire time I was there. But before I got there, they were talking a lot of shit. It's just little weasels, man. These little hyenas fucking with a lion. And at like 2 points while this guy is telling me his story, this little Elvis impersonator keeps hopping over and like getting up against the guy, like touching him, looking straight up at his face, pointing at him, yelling and screaming at him. And I like there were a total of like 3 times I had to grab the Elvis impersonator by the shoulder and pull him back over to me. And so I said, all right, there's no damage, right? You're 100% sure there's no damage. He said there's no damage. And I said, okay, so here's what we're going to do. I suspect that some or maybe all of you have been drinking tonight. So I could call the cops over here and we could ticket several of you for public intoxication and possibly some other stuff. What I think would be best is if you just went your separate ways and we avoided the cops tonight. I said, it's a good night. OU won. Go Sooners. Like, you were all at the game. You enjoyed a great game. We're having a great season. Everybody's having a good time. And you guys, and I was pointing over at the SUV guys, I said, and you guys just got super stupid. You're having too good of a time. I said, you guys need to tone the stupid down and enjoy yourselves without pissing other people off. So does anybody have a problem with everybody going their separate ways? Or should I call the cops and we'll let them figure out who's going to get tickets and who's going to go to jail tonight? And the big guy was like, I'm fine with going my own way. And I looked at the SUV guys and I said, you guys fine with going your own way or you want the cops? And one of them goes, we'll leave. And I said, all right, you guys get in your SUV, get in your car, and go. And they got in their car and left. And I sat there and continued talking with the big guy because I wanted to keep him there while the SUV guys left. I wanted to give the SUV guys time to get the hell away before I let the big guy go. So I just sat there and talked with him about how those guys were a bunch of idiots. And I was talking to him about, like, man, it sounds like your parents really love you. And do you think they care more about that truck or you? Do they want you going and getting into a fight over that truck? I understand that it means a lot to you, but I think your parents would prefer that you avoid fights. They don't want you getting in a fight over the truck. And, like, he just started bawling after they left. And we sat there and talked for like 5 minutes. And then he hopped back in his truck and took off. That was my last night as a security guard. And I'm pretty sure the company, the security company I worked for, went out of business after I quit. Because I'm not 100%, and I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure that they went out of business after I quit. I'm not 100% of that. Because I didn't really keep track of them. But I think one of my buddies told me that they went out of business shortly after. And the property manager that worked for the owner of the property, the security company, they almost all, so they worked on, like, I don't know how many properties. I would guess like 6 properties that they worked at. We had some properties that were what we called shotgun patrols, where you walked around with a shotgun. And they were apartment complexes. Like, they were like Section 8 ghetto apartment complexes. And you walked around. I think that you walked around, there were 2 security guards that patrolled. You didn't do it alone. And you walked around with a shotgun. I never worked at one of those properties. Left lane closed ahead. But they had like 6 or 8 properties, and the vast majority of the properties were just one guy. There was one guy that owned the properties. Just a second here. There's somebody passing in the left lane that's closing. Doesn't look like anybody else is going for it.
There's a lane closure ahead.
But the property manager really liked me. He managed all the properties for that one guy, which was the vast majority of our accounts. Are we going to the other? Yeah, we're going to the other side of the interstate. Damn it. We're going to do some bi-directional on the interstate. So the property manager told me on more than one occasion that he couldn't stand any of the other security guards. And like the last week that I worked there, I told him that it was my last week working for the company. I'd gotten another job. I told him where I got the job at. And I have a feeling that after I quit, they might have dropped the contract. There were a couple of other things that the company was going through that I heard rumors about. One was, I think that they got caught. They had a friend that was working for them doing armed security, and the person was not cleat certified. So he wasn't legally allowed to do armed security. And the reason he was not cleat certified is because he had felonies. He couldn't pass the background check. But they had him working there doing armed security because he was like a family friend. And the rumor I heard from one of the supervisors was telling me this. Somebody turned him in. Somebody told somebody and turned him into like the state or something like that. And they were being investigated for that. And I also heard that they were being investigated for some kind of labor laws. So they weren't paying overtime, and everyone was working overtime. My normal schedule was 4 14-hour shifts. What is that? That's 56 hours a week. That was my normal work schedule. 56 hours a week. And that was common. Most of us were working like 60 hours a week. And they were not paying overtime. We just got straight pay through all of our hours. Now, there is a law in Oklahoma that if your business is small enough, you don't have to pay overtime. There are exceptions to the overtime rules. And one of them is that if your business is small enough, like I think it's $500,000 a year. I'm not sure exactly what the amount was, but I think it was $500,000 a year. It might have been $200,000 a year. But there was some monetary threshold to where if your business didn't make over this amount, then you were not required to pay overtime. And supposedly they were making over that amount. The company was making more than that. They were supposed to be paying overtime, but they weren't. So they had a whole bunch of like legal stuff going on around the time I quit. So maybe me quitting had nothing to do with them going out of business, or it could have just been part of the reason why they went out of business. If they went out of business, I don't even know if they did. I looked them up a few years back and they were not in business. But yeah, there was a lot of rumors circulating around while I worked there. Every time the supervisors would come by, they'd give me all the juicy drama. We'd sit there and chat for like 30 minutes. Way station next right open. Is this an Oklahoma way station? Because, man, Oklahoma pulls everybody in. Yep, there's the Oklahoma sign. Let's turn the cruise control off because it is highly likely we're going to get pulled in. Oklahoma runs everybody across the gills. And as soon as we cross into Oklahoma, the road goes to crap. Truck must exit to way station. Yay! 30-mile-per-hour speed limit. We're doing 37 and slowing down. 33. 29. And they've already got it lit up for me to go in the way lane. Oh, they've got the... No, never mind. I thought they had the bypass lane closed off with cones. They don't. Yeah, they're just running everybody across the scale. Oklahoma. Cheap. Just trying to get all the revenue they can. All right, let's roll the window down and... We'll go across the scale. Got to follow all the signs while you're out here. You don't follow the signs, you'll piss them off. You're more likely to get inspected. So there's a stop sign, so let's stop. All right, he just gave me the exit to interstate. And we're going to wait to roll the window up because they might see something at the back of the trailer they don't like and start yelling over the speaker. All right, we're good. Roll the window up. Now we're going to take off.
In 1,000 feet, merge onto I-35 South.
But whenever I quit, they offered to give me a pay raise and like all kinds of stuff to try to get me to stay. I was like, nah, not going to happen. All right, we got 11 miles until our exit. You know what? It's actually further than I said it was because I had to put a plot point in to get it to go the path that I wanted it to go. Because Google was trying to route me, through dirt roads and stuff to get to Ponca City. And I didn't want to go that route, so I don't think it's very far. Man, this is some rough road. I don't think it's very far from my exit to the Lowe's. Randy's Truck Stops. Do I want to set it at a truck stop or go all the way to Lowe's? I think I want to wait overnight at Lowe's just to save my hours of service clock and just to make sure that I'm the first truck in the morning. Oh, wow. All right, we're getting off the rough road. Yay, we're getting onto a different road. This one's better.
Should be able to get a good night's sleep parked in the dock at Lowe's. It should be really quiet. Won't have to deal with truck drivers blowing their air horns and dropping their trailers and air governors going off every 5 seconds and people talking outside my truck. All that good stuff. I'm on like an eighth of a tank of fuel. It's going to be cutting it real close. To make it to Oklahoma City. Because it's 107 miles from here to Oklahoma City. And I'm not even going straight there. I'm going to be going I'm zigzagging back and forth. So it's probably going to be like 200 miles that I'm going to be driving to get to Oklahoma City. So I'm going to have to go and I'm going to have to trip plan and figure how many miles it is until the Pilot Flying J in northern Oklahoma City. I don't think there's a Pilot Flying J between me and Oklahoma City, but there is a Love's in Guthrie. I might need to throw in like 15 gallons or something at the Love's. I don't think I get very good discounts at that Love's. So I don't want to get very much fuel there. But hopefully I can just make it to the Flying J. Five miles until my exit. And I need to remember to refill the cooler once I get parked. I've still got sodas in there, but I need to refill it because I've only got a few sodas left in there. Pulled out a lemon lime. Three miles until the exit. Enrique's Fresh Homemade Mexican Food, exit 214. Well, that's not the exit we're taking, Enrique, so we're not going to get to enjoy your fresh homemade Mexican food. We're taking exit 222 in Blackwell, Oklahoma. I think this is the exit where the airport's at. I delivered a load to the Blackwell Airport for the Department of Energy. Not sure which Blackwell exit it's at, but there's not a lot of Blackwell exits.
In a half mile, take exit 222 for Oklahoma 11 toward Blackwell.
Doesn't look like it's this exit. All right, start slowing down. 55 mile per hour exit.
Take exit 222, then use the left lane to take the ramp to Oklahoma 11 East.
Sonic, McDonald's, Casey's Truck Stop.
Use the left lane to take the ramp to Oklahoma 11 East, then turn left onto Oklahoma 11 East. Turn left onto Oklahoma 11 East, West Tulin Avenue.
All right, here we go. We've still got 20 miles to go.
Continue on Oklahoma 11 East for 15 miles.
What in the hell is this four-wheeler doing? I pulled into the left lane and then put my right turn signal on to go over to the right lane, and they just whipped out straight into the right lane. Thought they were going to try and pass me before I could finish getting into the lane. Oh my goodness. You're going to turn red on me right as I get up to you. Got to slam on the damn brakes. There's somebody, I don't know if you can see him, there's somebody walking across the road, just jaywalking with a walker. I hope that's not some truck driver going from the truck stop across the street to get himself some food. All right, we got 14 miles until we make a right turn. Sorry, I'm just watching everything. So that's the reason I'm being quiet. Blackwell city limits. Purple Heart City. I don't even know what that means. What does it mean to be a Purple Heart City? Does that mean that there were like a large number of people in Blackwell, Oklahoma that received Purple Hearts? Ugh. Bumpy, bumpy. All right, we've got a stop sign. All right, here we go. And our lane's ending. There's nobody behind. I'm going to let this SUV go around me. They just turned onto the road at that intersection. "21 miles to Ponca City. 16 miles to the Lowe's in Ponca City." I might come back this same way because I'm basically going to come back to I-35 and then go a little ways south of 35 and then hop on, I think it's Highway 412, and head out east to Enid. And then turn around and come back to I-35 and drive south down to Stillwater, Oklahoma. And then after Stillwater, we finally go to Oklahoma City. And then after I finish with Oklahoma City, it's a lot of, it's just a lot of miles. There are not many deliveries after, well, I have a lot of deliveries left after Oklahoma City, but they're mainly up in Tulsa. So there's somebody standing on the left side of the car on the shoulder about a mile up. So after I get done with Oklahoma City, it's a lot of driving and not a lot of stops until I get to Tulsa. I'm going to be putting on a lot of miles without many deliveries. So it's after Oklahoma City, it's Lawton, Oklahoma. Sorry, I'm just watching all these people on the side of the road. And I'm going to go out into the left lane a little bit. They're hopping back in their cars. That SUV at the front has a flat tire on the front left. Steer tire blowouts suck. So after Oklahoma City, I've got Lawton, Ardmore, Durant, McAllister, Muskogee, Tahlequah, and then Tulsa. So that is, let's count them. Let's Lawton, Ardmore, Durant, McAllister, Muskogee, Tahlequah. So that's 6 deliveries, and it's how many miles? The deliveries are all like 60 miles apart. Not all of them. But if I had to guess at the mileage, I would say those 6 deliveries are probably like 300 miles, maybe more, because I basically go from Oklahoma City and I drive south to the Texas border, and then I drive back up north all the way to Tulsa, which is the northeast corner of Oklahoma. So I'm going from the center of Oklahoma to the Texas border, and then all the way up to northeast Oklahoma on those 6 deliveries. And then I have a lot of deliveries in the Tulsa area, and then we're done. And I don't think I'm ever going to do one of these deliveries, one of these loads again. It's been a pain in the butt. I think this Ponca City delivery is the last time that I have to drive on like country bumpkin roads, bi-directional roads. Anything bi-directional, I think of it as like a country bumpkin road. I might have to do a little bit of bi-directionals around Muskogee and Tahlequah. Getting over to Tahlequah, I might have to do bi-directionals to get to and from Tahlequah. No, I take that back. Going from Lawton, Oklahoma to Durant, getting between those two is going to be country bumpkin roads. All right, there's some four-wheeler behind me that just passed some cars behind me. So we have an impatient pickup truck behind me that's probably going to be trying to pass me in a minute. It's catching up with me pretty quick. Speed limit 65. I'm doing 67 right now. That is not fast enough for some people. I'm pedaling it though, so my speed is inconsistent. All right, the pickup, the aggressive pickup, it just got to the back of my trailer. .7 miles until my turn. And the aggressive pickup's hugging the left side of the lane, looking for an opening. See if they go for it after this car. There's another car coming, but they're half mile away. Nope, they didn't go for it. Man, I didn't think it would be this close on fuel to get to Oklahoma City. I thought I would have plenty of fuel to get to Oklahoma City. Shit, don't do that. That car was leaning out and looking for the pass. Two miles until we get onto Highway 77 South. .5 miles away from Lowe's. So I think the first thing I'm going to do when I get there is crawl into the back of the trailer. Well, I'm going to have to grab the Ponca City paperwork and see how many items I'm delivering to Ponca City. And then I'm going to crawl into the back of the trailer and see if I can find all the items, how hard they are to get to. Oh, it's 9 items. I remember it's 9 items, so I don't need to go find that. What would be really awesome is if I roll up there and there's people walking around in the receiving area. And I'll just ask them if they'll take the delivery. Half a mile. So it looks like this stoplight, the stop sign with a blinky light as well, is where we're making our right turn.
Take the next right onto US 77 South.
All right,
I've got to yield. Let's see what's traffic doing. All right, I'm good.
South for 5 miles.
We should basically just turn straight into the Lowe's off of this road in 4.5 miles. I chose to come in from this direction because the Lowe's is on the north side of town. There was another road I could have taken to go into Ponca City, but it comes into like the south side of town. I'd have to drive all the way through town to get back up to the north side. So that's the reason I chose to come in through this direction. When I leave, I will probably go south and then take that road back out the other way. 13 feet 9 inches ahead. Well, we should have 3 inches to spare. That's plenty. Three inches is plenty. That's what I hear. $5 for food? What is this? All day, Monday through Friday. $5, the Great American Trio. 4 miles ahead on left. Perkins. Pancakes, eggs, and bacon for $5. And there's a lot of low bridge signs. And then there's a whole bunch of no truck signs right here on this turn. Low clearance, 12'6" down that road. All right, don't hit, don't hit, don't hit. Yay, we made it. Sometimes those measurements are not accurate. They'll repave the roads and it won't be 13.9, it'll be like 13.4. So if I come up on a low bridge like that and it's a freshly paved road, I'll get real scared. I have not seen a single Enid, Oklahoma window when I've gotten into the trailer looking for windows. I don't remember seeing a single Enid, Oklahoma window. So I might get in there and I might check the paperwork, see how many Enid has, and see if I can find the Enid windows. I might even check for the Stillwater windows. There's the Lowe's sign.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Knight Avenue.
All right, we're turning at the light. You can't access the back of the building from this side. All right, there's nobody behind me for about a quarter mile.
Right onto Knight Avenue, then turn right.
So let's swing way out here because we're turning into a single lane. Oh, we went up over the curb a little bit. That's curb number 3 we've hit. Oh, there's already trucks parked here. That Epps truck is standing. Are they dropping their trailer? There's a trailer right there's an Epps trailer right there, so it looks like Epps
Then your destination will be on the right.
is doing a drop and hook.
Your destination is on the right.
I'm gonna go ask this guy if he's using any of the docks because he might be putting one of these trailers in the docks. So let me go check before I back into a dock. I will be back in a minute. You're the third one this way. So 1, 2, 3. Right beside Riley? Okay, that's what I was checking to see if you were putting one in. Okay, I'll get out of your way. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and back into 2. You're not going to use 2, are you? Okay. All right, yeah, he's putting one of the trailers in a dock door. So I'm going to back into the other dock door. This is kind of messing up my plan. I wasn't expecting to see anybody else here today. And they've got one of the docks marked off with like a gate, basically indicating for no one to back into that without permission. So I'm guessing that the gate, the dock behind the gate is probably for like UPS, FedEx, or something like that. If I had to guess. All right, so I'm just gonna stay right here. And we'll do our post-trip inspection. We'll log our PTI. And whenever this guy gets done, I'll probably pull forward so that I can open up the doors. If there were room out here to where I could have like parked somewhere out of his way, then I would have just parked out of his way. And so I could be out there to open up the doors, but I went ahead. The only reason I went ahead and backed into a dock was just to get the hell out of his way so that he could park his trailer. So he's going to most likely bump this one to the dock. Is he going to open the doors? I think he forgot to open the doors. I don't know what he's doing right now. He's getting really close to me. Yeah, he forgot to open the doors. I hope he pulled far enough forward to open them. He's out here and driving around in flip-flops. My goodness. Yeah, the dock that I'm backed up toward has a red light on it indicating you're not supposed to back up to the dock. So I'm not going to bump the dock. I'm just going to park in front of it. But they actually have quite a bit of room around here. I could park somewhere other than the dock, but I don't want to. I want to park in the dock. You got to assert dominance. I got to claim my space. This guy is really close to me. He's having to wiggle it away from me.
So I guess I could wrap up the video now because I need to go look at the paperwork and see how many are going to Enid and Stillwater. I know there's 9 going here. So I'm going to go look at the paperwork, see how many are getting delivered to each place, see if I can locate them. So I'm going to go check the paperwork, see what the counts are, and then when this guy leaves, I'm going to pull forward, open up my doors, and check the trailer and make sure I can find all the stuff for my next 3 stops until I get to Home Depot. So that's going to be it for the day for me. That's all my deliveries, and I don't want to go and harass the Lowe's manager to try to get them to come out here and deal with a 9-window delivery. If it were another 1-window delivery, I'd go harass them. But 9 windows, I'm not going to go bother them. And Epps is just doing a drop and hook. I doubt that they're even going in and having them sign anything. Oh my goodness. Epps didn't raise landing gear very high. Oh, never mind. Gave me a wave and now he's taking off. It looked like he was struggling to pull out from underneath it. So I might be able to get my doors open. Let's see. Yeah, I can. I think I can get into the trailer without pulling out. So let me check and see real quick. Let's see what we got. Let's get my clipboard out. And I have the... they have me like an overall route schedule thing here. Let's see what it is. This does not look like, this is not in order. Okay, so that's not very helpful. Actually, you know what? I can find it. It's not in order. Let's just look through here and find it. Topeka, Lawrence, Kansas City, Olathe, Wichita, Manhattan, Salina, Garden City. Then we have Yukon, Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma City, Edmond, Stillwater, Enid, Ponca City. Okay, Derby, Kansas. What the... All right, there it is. Derby, Kansas is 1 piece. Ponca City, 9. Enid, 2. Stillwater, 25. So Enid is a green with an OK on it. And Stillwater 25 is an orange with an X on it. So 9/2/25. All right, I'm going to pause this while I hop back into the back of the trailer, and I'll tell you what I find. Be back in a minute. All right, I just spent quite a while organizing the trailer and looking for stuff. It is now, let's see what time it is. 2:37 p.m. And I found the 9 that are delivering here to Ponca City. And then the next stop is 2 in Enid. And I found those. And the next stop after that is 25 in Stillwater. And I only found 24. And I'm looking at the bill of lading right now to see, like, because there were 16 of the exact same window, and then 4 of the exact same window, and then 4 of the exact same window. This is saying that it's 24 of the exact same window. Or kind of, I don't know. It's confusing. 24 pieces on that one. And then 1 piece on that one. Okay, so I think it's 24 of the same window that are broken into 3 different orders. I don't know, they might be the exact same size window. And then the one window by itself is 122 pounds. So it's a really big window. And I have a stack of really big windows. So it's one of the really big ones that I can't get to right now. I have to unload all the little ones in front of them to get to the big ones. So that should solve the mystery of the Stillwater. And let me see, how many am I delivering to the Home Depot in Edmond? 2. Okay, so I found 2 of them going to the Home Depot in Edmond. And they're 2 tiny little windows. And then the Lowe's in Edmond is only 3 windows. And then 1 window going to the Home Depot in Oklahoma City. That's awesome that I only have like 1 and 2 windows going to Home Depot. And then 1 window going to a Lowe's in Oklahoma City. 3 windows going to Bout Time Logistics in Oklahoma City. One window going to the Lowe's in Yukon, and I've already seen that one. 4 windows going to the Lowe's in Mustang, Oklahoma, which is basically the Oklahoma City Metro. And then 3 going to Norman. 2 going to Lawton. Okay, so Norman, that's my last one. And then we go to Lawton, Oklahoma, and then Ardmore, and start making our way around to Tulsa. So after the Norman load, we go down to we start going south of Oklahoma City. Norman is in the Oklahoma City Metro. Norman, Moore, Yukon, Edmond, all of that is basically Oklahoma City. So yeah, it looks like all of my stops through Oklahoma City are just like 1, 2, 3 items. I don't have any really big deliveries. Stillwater
is the only, so I've got 9 here, and then everything else is 2 and 3 deliveries all the way through Oklahoma City except Stillwater. Stillwater has 25 items. And I've already located 24 items, and the one item that I can't locate is one of the really big windows. So when I first started the trailer, I had at the very back left side of the trailer, I had a huge stack of massive windows, and I've delivered all of those. Now, about halfway up in the trailer, there's another huge stack of massive windows, and I haven't quite made it to those windows yet. After I deliver in Stillwater, I'll have access to them. So one of those massive windows is Stillwater. And then there's one thing on here that's really confusing. Let me find the bill of lading on it. That's Home Depot. It's one of my Oklahoma City deliveries. That's Lowe's. Home Depot. Lowe's. About Time Logistics. Let me see if that's the one that's listed as Altus, Oklahoma. Let me check some other paperwork. Yeah, About Time Logistics is the crate. There is a crate that has like 4 windows in it. I don't know why they crated it, but they put the windows in a crate. And what's weird is it has a delivery address of 2013 Southeast 18th Street in Oklahoma City, but on the actual items in the trailer, it has a delivery address of Altus, Oklahoma. And it has the name of the company as Dwayne/Altus, Oklahoma. I'm not driving all the way to Altus. I don't even know where in the hell Altus, Oklahoma is. So I think I'm just delivering it to About Time Logistics, and then they're delivering it to Dwayne in Altus. But yeah, so far so good on all the rest of my deliveries. I did notice that one of the Home Depot windows was damaged. The little plastic edging around it, the flimsy, cheap plastic edging, is almost torn off the top. The corner of it is just barely hanging on. I don't know how that got damaged. Whoever loaded the trailer must have damaged it, because it's the top edge. It's not the bottom edge that's touching the floor. Nothing has touched that top edge. So whoever loaded it just intentionally loaded damaged product. Instead of replacing it after they damaged it, they just loaded it into the trailer damaged. Because there's no way it's been damaged during shipping, because it's the top edge and nothing has touched that top edge. So yeah, now what I need to do is, what's this pickup doing? Driving around real slow.
circling around. That is so sketchy. I bet they were looking for shit to steal. And they saw somebody sitting here and they were like, I'm not going to steal stuff right there in front of somebody that's watching. I bet you money that that person's looking for shit to steal. They're just driving around really slow looking for something easy to steal. They've already got their tailgate down, ready to throw shit in. Yeah, that person is really, really suspicious. And I bet that if I wasn't here, they would have probably stole some stuff that's sitting out here. Because Lowe's has tons of crap just sitting outside. You know what? I hear them unloading a trailer. I'm going to pause this. I'm going to go ring the bell and see if they're here. Success. Really young guy. Super nice. And he's just like, yeah, I'll meet you over there. Which door are you backed into? I told him. He was like, yeah, I'll sign for him. I told him it's just 9 windows. I said, I can unload them. I'm just, checking to see if there's somebody that'll sign for him. So, let me get the paperwork here. That's Stillwater. That's not it. Second here. Enid. All right. Okay, I'm going to pause this while I go unload. Be back. All right, we're unloaded and we're rolling. That was absolutely amazing for them to do. Actually, you know what? Let me wash my hands so I don't get the steering wheel filthy. I use wet wipes and my spray bottle of isopropyl alcohol to wash my hands. Basically after every delivery. Sometimes I wear gloves, but it's just a pain in the butt to do anything with the gloves because you're trying to reach in between really tight spaces and stuff like that with gloves on. It's a pain. So I unloaded like the first one with gloves on, and since then I've just been doing it barehanded. All right. So the new plan. And we just solved a lot of problems. Like, that guy really helped us out. He looked like he was about 18, but he was awesome. Chug my soda. Let's grab a new soda. There's still a lot of sodas in there. So I'm not in a rush to refill that thing, but I need to refill it when I take my 10-hour break. So, new plan. Where I get back onto the Interstate 35, there's a Flying J right there at the place where I get on the interstate.
Take the next left onto Knight Avenue.
All right. We're clear both directions. So this is going to solve several problems.
US 77 South.
What the plan is it's too late in the evening for me to be able to possibly unload at Enid. Even though Enid only has 2 windows, and I'm sure I could talk them into, let me deliver them, it's just going to be too damn late in the night by the time I get there. I think they close at 7 or 8 p.m. on Sunday, and it's 3 p.m. right now.
77 South.
By the time I get to Enid, it's going to be like 5 p.m. or something. 5 or 6 p.m.
Continue on US 77 south for 5 miles.
Cherokee Strip Barbecue Cook-Off, Saturday, September 20th at Lake Ponca. That sounds like my kind of event. Do I get to eat the barbecue? So I'm going to put 50 gallons of fuel in. It's 6 cents a gallon cheaper than Oklahoma City. Or not cheaper, more expensive. Sorry, it's 6 cents a gallon. So I'm thinking about something other than what I'm talking about. So I get confused sometimes. It's 6 cents a gallon more expensive. So I'm just going to throw 50 gallons in. And then when I get into Oklahoma City, I'll top off. Oh, you just had to flip on me. So we'll throw in 50 gallons and solve another problem. I'm going to get a shower. I haven't had a shower since Thursday evening. I took a shower Thursday evening right before I delivered in Garden City. So Friday, Saturday, this is day 3. Monday morning, I've been sweating my butt off doing all these deliveries. So could you imagine somebody that's been sweating doing manual labor for 4 days, showing up and sweating in your dock? Oh, I bet that it's pretty rank. Now, I did a little bird bath this morning. I sprayed myself down with isopropyl alcohol and used wet wipes and washed myself off, but that's not as good as a shower. Chinese Express number 3. Oh my goodness. I am hungry. I haven't eaten today. Oh my goodness. I didn't have to slam on the brakes too hard. Yesterday, all I had all day long was 2 burritos. No, wait a second. I take that back. That was the day before yesterday. I had 2 burritos. Yesterday, what I had for to eat was Dairy Queen. I had 2 cheeseburgers, 2 chicken strips, and a regular fry. So I've probably lost a couple of pounds over the last 4 days I've been doing these deliveries because I haven't been eating much and I've been working my butt off. We've got 3.4 miles of driving through town till we make a right turn. And then I'm not sure how many miles we've got until we get to the interstate. I'm guessing maybe 10 to 15 miles. And right there at the interstate is the Flying J. And that's where I'll end the video because I'm going to get 50 gallons of fuel and take a shower. And then I'm going to drive on to Enid. And I'm going to camp out in the dock of Lowe's overnight in Enid. But that is the only reason I'm really able to make these deliveries out of schedule is because of how few items I'm delivering, and I'm basically offering to unload them by myself. That's like the only reason they're accepting these deliveries. So in the morning, if they're like, well, we already have somebody that has a 7 a.m. appointment, we're going to have to unload them before you. I'll be like, okay, that's fine. I'll unload it myself. It's just 2 windows. I'll just bring them in the side door here. I just need you to sign the paperwork. That's what I'll do. So if they have a 7 a.m. appointment and they don't want to unload me first thing, then I'll just bring it in the side door and get them to sign for it. Stillwater is the next delivery after Enid, and that's going to be a big delivery. That's my only big delivery I think I have until I get to Tulsa. All the rest of my deliveries all the way to Tulsa are just like a couple of windows. We're getting a little sprinkle of rain. All right, this is going to take a minute for this light. It's going to have to, it just went green for cross traffic, and then it's going to have to go green for the people turning, and then green for us. All right, just went green for the people turning. $5,000 for those little miniature backhoes. That would be fun to own. I bet I'd be real popular in the neighborhood if I had one of those things. People be always wanting to borrow it. I had one of my neighbors come over, ask to borrow my chainsaw whenever I was cutting down some limbs after an ice storm. I was up in the tree cutting limbs, and he walks over and interrupts me, and I have to stop what I'm doing, turn the chainsaw off so I can hear him. He's like, we forgot to bring a chainsaw. He was renting the house out. So I didn't like this neighbor to start with because they were renting the house out, and I was getting new neighbors in that house every 6 months. And the tenants that they were renting to were obnoxious. Like one of them moved in. No, this was not one of this wasn't actually one of the tenants. These were the homeowners. Whenever they first moved in, they were the ones living in the house. And they had like 5 dogs. And they would constantly bark. One of them was like a Great Dane. And it was huge. And it had a really loud bark. And I remember whenever they were moving in, all their dogs got loose. And some kid in the neighborhood went and rounded them up and brought them over to my house. He was like, I found your dogs. I was like, I don't have any dogs. And he looked at me like real confused. And I closed the door on him. All right, 1.2 miles until we make a right turn. Man, everybody's being so nice. They're leaving this lane open for me. I was hoping it'd turn green by now, but it's waiting to do the left turn for these people. But yeah, he was renting it out, and while there were like tenants in there, we had an ice storm, and I guess they called the homeowner because a tree fell down across the driveway, and he said that they were living like in Norman or something like that. He's like, yeah, I drove all the way up from Norman. I forgot to bring, any tools. Can I borrow your chainsaw to cut that tree up? It's like, no. I'm not a very nice person if I don't have to be, especially with people I don't like. And I did not like those neighbors. They were nuisance neighbors. When they lived there, they were a nuisance, and then every one of their tenants I had to deal with was a nuisance. One of the tenants that they had there that was there for a very short time, I don't even think they lasted 6 months, they came out and raked the yard, and they raked all of the leaves into the roadway, in the gutter. So there was a pile of leaves around the entire edge of their yard that was like a foot tall and like 3 foot wide. They were on a corner lot and it went all the way around the entire corner. The entire edge of their yard was like a foot tall, 3 foot wide stack of leaves. And I was like, well, that's a weird way to rake leaves. Just a second here. And making sure there's no traffic. 15 miles to I-35. Standing Bear Powwow, September 26th through the 27th. Public welcome. Open to the public or something like that. I can't remember what it said at the bottom. Get out the road, birds. What in the hell is a powwow? Is that just a dance around a fire? If there's food, then, you know, I'm curious. I might be interested. I remember going on a field trip in school once, and we went to some Native American site, and we were touring around, like, I don't know what the hell it was, and looking at, so part of it was museums, like buildings that had stuff on display, and part of it were just things outside, like, I don't know, tents and shit, caves. And then there was this lady offering to cook us food, like authentic native food or something like that. And I was like, okay, I'll give it a try. I like food. And it was some kind of, like, almost like a taco or a burrito, but made with, like, the nastiest beans I've ever eaten in my life. Like, the bread was nasty. The beans were nasty. I took, like, one bite of it. I was like, yeah, that's just disgusting. Those poor people. All right, do we have a new lane? Or is this temporary? Let's give it a second before we hop over there. I don't see anybody behind me. There's no one behind me for as far as I can see. Let's give it a whirl. Let's go hop in the right lane. What was the original story I was telling? I forgot. I digressed off into other stories and forgot the original story I was telling. Getting a little tiny bit of rain, which will hopefully mean it's going to be cool tonight. All right, we're losing the right lane. It lasted a mile or two. We might get enough rain to turn the wipers on in a second. That'd be pretty nice. Clean the window off. Now, there are topics that I have been avoiding talking about. Just because I haven't really been paying much attention to what's been going on. I've been, reading the headlines and stuff like that, so I am aware of some some pretty bad things that are happening in the world. But I just don't like talking about that stuff because it's people have very strong beliefs about things, and I don't like talking about something that is going to piss somebody off if I'm not being accurate. So, a few things going on in the world. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Obviously, that's like major news headlines for ever since it's happened. And I'm not going to talk about the assassination itself, but the repercussions. I'm just waiting to see what the repercussions are going to be. Because this something I've said in the past is that the left is much more violent than the right. But the right is much better at violence than the left. The left has been like killing cops with Black Lives Matter. They've been, murdering cops. They attempted to assassinate the president, Trump, multiple times. They just assassinated Charlie Kirk, an outspoken conservative activist. At some point, they're going to cross a threshold where the right does something. Right now, up to this point, the right has just been, not wanting to do anything about it. They're just letting the legal system deal with it, and they're just letting it kind of go. I think the absolute worst thing that the left can do is push the right past the point where they're actually going to do something. If that happens to where we have people on the right that are going around assassinating people, conservatives in general are much, much, much better at violence than the left. The right is much better at it. So it could get really bad if we start having conservative extremists acting like the radical left extremists. And last year before the election, one of the really big news items was civil war. There was somebody who got his YouTube channel blew up. All of his social media channels blew up because he was going around talking about how he's been studying history and he has a really good grasp of what's going to happen. He's really good at predicting stuff. Whenever you have to go around telling people how smart you are, you're probably not that smart. But he was going around self-promoting, and he got on a ton of like podcasts and stuff, going around telling everybody that we were going to have a civil war after the election, regardless of who won. And I disagreed with that. A civil war, a war of any kind, requires some type of high-level leadership. It requires coordination. And that's not something that just happens overnight. Yes, could we have widespread violence, protests, riots, stuff like that? Yeah, that's possible. But a civil war is completely different. So I didn't think it was possible for us to have a civil war within 6 months to a year after the election, which is what he was predicting. He said that basically within 6 months after the election, we'd be in a civil war. They started making movies about that shit. Everybody was talking about it so much for like a year or two leading up to the election. They made a movie called Civil War about it. So, is this going to lead to civil war? Because people are talking about civil war again. They're like, oh, well, we're going to have a civil war now. No, this is not going to lead to civil war. What will lead to civil war is states against states or states against the federal government. What we have right now with the left versus the right is rural versus urban. Most of the radical left is in high population urban centers. So they're not even entire states of radical left people. They're just cities of radical left people. The majority of California is conservative. It's just the population centers that are radical left. You go out into the, outside of LA, and everybody is pretty much really conservative. Like even, all the West Coast areas, like Oregon, you go to the truck stops outside of town in Oregon, and maybe even the truck stops in town, and they can't stand the radical left crap. So we're starting to hear a lot more rhetoric about civil war. And based on what I know so far, I don't think we're anywhere close to a civil war. Could we have widespread violence? Could we have like individuals or small groups of people committing violent acts? Like domestic terrorism type stuff, like Timothy McVeigh bombing a building. Could we have those types of things? Absolutely, but that's not civil war. Widespread violence by small groups or individuals is not a civil war. But we could have that. Four and a half miles until we get to the Flying J. But yeah, the radical left is losing the political battle. So because they're not getting their way, they're resorting to violence. And we'll just have to see where that goes. I will say, the last thing I'm going to say on this topic is, it is absolutely disgusting that people are celebrating the murder, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And it's not just, no-name people on social media. It's politicians, CEOs, famous, people, celebrities, lots of people celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk because he had a different opinion than them. That is absolutely disgusting. Those people are pure evil. That's like this kind of crap that you see whenever the Muslims do suicide bombs and stuff. And you see them out there dancing in the street with all the kids and, you know, all the people that were murdered. They're out there celebrating in the streets. That's exactly what the people celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder are doing. The exact same way that they're acting. So we're almost there. Sorry to end the video on a serious note, like a bad note. I've been avoiding talking about that stuff. There's also a ton of other things involving wars around the world. We're still moving, like everything, all the wars around the world are still escalating. Everything just keeps on and keeps on escalating. There's really not much of any de-escalation happening around the world. Everything just keeps boiling and boiling. So I already have 1 shower credit. And I'm about to throw in 50 gallons. That'll give me another shower credit. There are not many Pilot Flying J's around Oklahoma. I might be able to get, when I'm in Oklahoma City, I might drive to my house and take a shower.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto West 76th Street.
There is a Pilot Flying J in Tulsa, but I do not want to go to that place. It is a nightmare. It's like the only truck stop in Tulsa, and it is overrun all the time. So there might be a Pilot Flying J somewhere.
Turn right onto West 76th Street, then turn right.
Bumpity bump bump. No third-party repairs.
Then your destination will be on the
How rude.
Make a U-turn, then turn left.
Looks like there's an open spot there. Yeah, there's somebody pulled forward. Let's go down here. There's nobody parked in front of this one. I don't want to risk that person sitting there for an hour, because I should only be here for about 5 minutes. I'm not even going to bother putting in def. Just going to put in 50 gallons of fuel. And I'm going to use the app. This is one of the things that I love about the Pilot Flying J is the app, the fuel app. It saves so much time in Oregon and in other places because Landstar has us enter a ton of information to get fuel on the COM data card. Just tons and tons of information. Two people in line for a shower. And these spaces are pretty tight. But I don't have to enter all that. It's all auto-populated on their app. I just click through it and it's already auto-populated. And with Oregon, you have to enter your fuel permit number, which is your license plate. You have to enter it twice, and it auto-populates. So now I've got my fuel code. So now I can just go punch in that code, and we're good to go, and I'll fuel up. So I'll pause it for now. No, I'm going to take a shower. I was like, well, I might record Enid. No, I'm not going to pause it while I might. I'm going to pause it, and I'll think about whether or not I'm going to pause it while I take a shower and record Enid. I'll be back in a minute. All right. Let's see if we can find a spot. That's easy to get into. Well, you can't get into any of these spots over here because this person's parked at the end of the row. Oh, that looks like a straight back end spot right there. It's reserved, but I don't care because I'm only going to be here for like an hour. Actually, it's not even reserved. Let's see if there's anybody in there hiding. Nope, it's empty. All right, here we go. There's somebody doing a repair in the parking lot. Didn't you read the sign? This line looks like it's painted crooked. All right. So, all right, I'm going to pause it, and I'm going to go take a shower, and maybe I'll record driving to Enid. I don't even know what the mileage is to Enid. Let me see what it is. There is no way. That there's more than one Lowe's in Enid. It's a very small town. All right, it looks like it's a 53-mile drive. No, 56 miles, the route that I would go. I don't know, I'll think about it. Let's get the Pilot Flying J app pulled up and see what the shower line is like. There are 3 people in front of me. I should have gotten in line. There were 2 people in line whenever I was fueling. So I would have been number 3. Now I'm number 4. So now I don't have to worry about running out of fuel. They've got a Taco Bell here, but the prices are probably insane. We'll check them out anyway. If they're good, then once I get out of the shower, I'll sit here and eat Taco Bell, and then I'll drive an hour to Edmond. It is 4 p.m., so I should be done showering by 5 p.m., and then it's an hour drive there, so I should get there by 6 p.m. Lowe's starts receiving at 7 a.m., and I want to have my 10-hour break done by 7 a.m. so that I can get unloaded and rolling as soon as possible. So I can arrive as late as 9 p.m.
So anyway, I am going to pause the video while I get my shower bag ready and head to the building. So be back in a minute. And we're back. I noticed my headset wasn't it wasn't using the headset mic. I wonder how long it's been doing that. I plugged it in while I was inside there, and it usually screws it up whenever I plug it in. So maybe, hopefully, it was only screwed up while I was plugged in there. Oh my goodness, I'm still sweating like crazy. Let me wipe my head off real quick. All right, so all showered up, and I'm going to turn the vents on me. So I apologize if you can hear wind blowing across the mic, but if I don't do that, I'm just going to keep sweating like crazy. So now I've got about a 53-mile drive. Did I put any plot points in? All right, so now it's saying 55-mile drive because I'm choosing the interstate over the back roads. While I was taking a shower, I was thinking about what I'm going to eat for dinner. And I am so close to getting home. I've been saving the corn dogs because they're like one of my favorite things. The burritos they're decent, they're pretty good, but they'd be a lot better if they were fried. So I prefer the corn dogs over the burritos. So I was eating the burritos to get them out of the way and saving the corn dogs. But I have a whole bag of corn dogs. I probably have 20 corn dogs.
Take the second left onto US 60 East.
So I'm going to start eating up the corn dogs. All right.
In 800 feet, turn right onto the ramp to Perry.
And we're getting on the interstate.
Turn right onto the ramp to Perry.
It should be a pretty nice drive all the way to Enid. I think it's a divided highway from the interstate to Enid.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-35 South.
And the Lowe's is right off the highway, so should be a really chill drive. And I'm only delivering, there just happened to be a big open space for me to merge into, man.
I-35 South for 20 miles.
That is awesome. There's a huge pack of cars in front of me, and I just managed to get right in between them and the next pack of cars. Very nice, very nice. So Enid is, let's get up to speed and get the cruise set before I start trying to talk. That vehicle is way off the shoulder. Over there in the grass. Alright. So from I-35, which runs north-south basically through the center of Oklahoma, Enid is, let's see, it's 20 miles to the exit, so 54 minus
20 would be 34. So Enid's like 34 miles west of I-35. So after I deliver to Enid, I have to come back to I-35 and drive a little bit further south. And then I have to drive to Stillwater, which is east of I-35 by, I don't know, it's not very far east of I-35, 15, 20 miles if I had to guess. And then after Stillwater, I have a Home Depot delivery in northern Oklahoma City, Edmond, Oklahoma. And then a whole bunch of deliveries across Oklahoma City. You know what? I don't think it's that many deliveries across. Yeah, it is. Never mind. I was just sitting there thinking, I think it was fewer than I initially anticipated. I initially anticipated it was like, going to be 10 to 12 deliveries across Oklahoma City. I think it's 4 or 5 deliveries across Oklahoma City. I'm hoping to get all of my Oklahoma City deliveries done tomorrow. On Monday, and then Tuesday I could get all of the long drive deliveries done, hopefully. I have a delivery that's like 40, 50 miles south of Oklahoma City in Lawton. And then I drive from there to the Texas border, Ardmore. Then I drive further east to Durant, Oklahoma. And then I turn and start going north and deliver to McAllister, Muskogee, Tahlequah. And then I get to Tulsa. And then I have a whole bunch of deliveries in the Tulsa area, and then I'm done. So if I can get, once I get done with the Oklahoma City delivery, it's a really big mileage delivery to do, Lawton, Durant, McAllister, Muskogee, and Tahlequah. Just to deliver to those 4 places is going to be a lot of miles. That's going to be a full day just to do those 4 deliveries because I'm going to be driving so many miles. But once I finish with those, then I'm in Tulsa. And I might be able to get all the Tulsa deliveries knocked out in a single day. So potentially, I might maybe be done as early as Wednesday. I think that I can easily be done by Thursday. Wednesday, maybe. Thursday, easily. As long as I don't have any of these receivers that complain about my appointment time and make me wait for my appointment time. As long as I don't run into that issue. And you know what I might do if they pull that crap? Is I might just go ahead and skip them. Like, let's say that the Home Depot in Edmond doesn't want me to deliver until my appointment time on Wednesday. Well, I could go and I live in Oklahoma City. So I could go make all of my deliveries around Oklahoma across Monday and Tuesday. And I could probably still make it back to my appointment Wednesday in Oklahoma City after doing all the other deliveries around Oklahoma. As long as it's not a whole bunch of crap that I have to deliver to a store. The Home Depot in Edmond's only 2 windows. So as long as it's not a ton of stuff that I have to work around, that I really need out of the trailer to get to the other stuff, then I might still be able to make the original delivery appointment by just skipping over them and doing all the other deliveries around the state first. Or I could have them, reschedule the delivery to like Thursday or Friday, whenever I think I'm going to be back in Oklahoma City. I don't know. Those are some potential options if I run into delivery appointment issues. But the only delivery I'm really worried about right now is the Stillwater delivery. Enid is 2 windows. The Home Depot is like 2 windows. All of my Oklahoma City deliveries are just a couple of items, except that that delivery company, the About Time Logistics or whatever that I'm delivering to. I have like a crate full of windows that I'm delivering to them. Something I need to do is clean up the straps. All the straps from the previous deliveries are just sitting in the floor, scattered all over the place, and it's a trip hazard. I need to do something with them. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. What I might do is when I get to Enid, I'll ask them if they have a box I can put the straps in, and I'll just put all the straps in a box in there. What in the hell is this van doing? I was just about to get out and pass the van, but the van hopped out in the left lane. Why would a slow vehicle hop out in the left lane? Well, they've sped up. Now they're coming back over to the right lane. I do not understand people. I'm just going to drink my tiki punch and enjoy the drive. And there are way more pages than I thought. As far as the pieces of paper, this is like, they should pay me an extra like $200 or $300 just to deal with the paperwork. Because I thought that there was going to be, oh yay, this van, are they exiting? Awesome. No signal, just slam on their brakes and take the exit. Sounds about right. I thought, it's 44 deliveries, and I was thinking a bill of lading for every delivery and a manifest for every delivery. Maybe a couple of extra manifest pages. So somewhere between 88 and like 200 pages. That's what I thought. Somewhere in that ballpark. Most likely between 100 and 200 pages. It is way more than that. So as far as the bill of ladings, they give 3 bills of lading. There's a shipper, carrier, and customer bill of lading. So I leave the customer one with the customer. So I have 2 bills of lading for every load. So that alone is 88 pages. 2 bills of lading for 44 deliveries. That's 88 pages just in bills of lading. And then the manifests are tons of pages for every load. Even on single item deliveries, the manifest is usually 2 pages. On these deliveries that are like 9 and 10, 20 items, it's like 10, 15, 20 pages of manifests. I would guess that I'm going to have 400 to 500 pages that I'm going to have to scan in after this load is finished. Could you imagine sitting there taking 400 to 500 pictures with your phone of pieces of paper to upload? And oftentimes the image comes out blurry, so I normally have to take the picture like 3 or 4 times for every single page before I get a clear image. And I have to sit there and try to hold my phone really steady at the perfect height to get a picture of the page. Like, it could take me 8 hours to take that many pictures. I'm going to see if there's some way to upload from my computer. I'm going to scan in all the images on my scanner when I get home. And I'm going to try to see if there's a TransFlow app for the computer and upload them through the computer. But I'll worry about that problem later. I've got too many other problems to deal with right now. "5 miles until we get onto Highway 412. And I hope it's not a toll road going going west. I know it's a toll road going east. It is definitely a toll road going east. But I picked up a load of pillows in Enid when I was with USA Truck, and I'm pretty sure it's not a toll road to the west. And the place where I picked up the pillows was really nice. They were offering every driver a free pillow. They were like, "Do you want a pillow?" I was like, "Yeah." And they gave me one of their pillows. It was not a very good pillow. I used it for a little while and then I threw it in the trash. It was one of those pillows that used like foam or something like that, where they just cut up a bunch of foam strips, like spongy material. And like, it looked decent whenever you first got the pillow and it felt soft and everything. But after you used it a couple of times, it just flattened out. It didn't maintain its shape.
In 2 miles, take exit 194B, US 64 West, US 412 West for Enid.
So it's 5 p.m. and I'm about 40 minutes away. It's 37 more miles. So I need to wake up at 6 a.m. So I need to go to bed by about 10 p.m. That's going to give me like 4 hours to eat and Scheme. It's a long time. I'll probably watch a couple movies. What movies did I watch last night? I watched... What did I watch? I watched 2 movies. One was The Long Walk, which was not a very good movie. I wouldn't recommend going out of your way to watch it, but if you just have nothing else to do and you have you've seen every movie that's out there, it's not a horrible movie. It's decent, but there's definitely an agenda, an underlying theme to it. What it reminds me of is the Purge series, where it's very anti-America. It's trying to vilify America. And vilify white people. Who is it that makes the Purge movies and all those like anti-white, anti-America movies? Is that Jordan Peele? Is he the one that makes those movies? Yeah, it's very similar to that. It's like anti-America, anti-white. They portray, the white people that they see as racists, and all the bad people are white, that kind of thing. All the black people are heroes, that kind of stuff. So, The Long Walk was one of the movies I watched. The other one I watched was Weapons. And Weapons is another movie I have the exact same recommendation for Weapons. If you don't have anything else to do, you've seen everything, then it's not a complete waste of time, but it's not a very good movie. It's like this drip feed mystery, and then like 3/4 of the way through the movie, half to 3/4 of the way through the movie, they basically kind of reveal the mystery, and it's a really cheesy movie that, I don't know, it's just, it doesn't have very much depth to it, let's put it that way. Whenever they're slow dripping the mystery, you're hoping that like it's got some really compelling, amazing story to it. And then when the big reveal happens, it's just very lackluster. And there's some things that happen in the movie that you're just like, that doesn't make any damn sense. It's like started out as a really cool mystery and then just turned into a shit show. It was not a good movie. I mean, it had good acting, good cinematography. It didn't come across like some cheap indie film. But, yeah, very shallow. I see blue skies, but we're raining. Yeah, I'll get my paperwork organized, heat up some corn dogs, watch some movies, go to bed, and wake up in the morning and get as much done tomorrow as I can. Man, I would love to get done with all Oklahoma City tomorrow. That would be awesome. I live in Oklahoma City. I've mentioned that a couple of times, I think. So I think most people in my position would try to find a way to go home while they're driving through Oklahoma City. I would prefer to just keep rolling. Just hurry up and get this over with, and then I can go home. But if I, get to the end of the day, 4 p.m., and I've still got a couple of deliveries to do in Oklahoma City, then I will probably park at the place where I pay to park the truck and head to the house, do some laundry, maybe grab some groceries. Not much, because I'm only going to be in the truck for a few more days. Get another shower at the house. But I'm hoping that that does not happen. Just a second, man. I can't even read the GPS to see what the mileage is. I'm bouncing around so much on this road. The 27 miles to go. Garfield County. So this load, if I can get it done by Wednesday or Thursday, this load is going from a crap load to pretty nice load. Because if I get it done by Wednesday or Thursday, that's going to be like 8 or 9 days on the load. Which would make it like $800 a day, $900 a day. Yeah, right around $900 a day. 7,500 divided by 8. Be 930 something dollars a day. I don't want to math the whole thing out in my head. And if I get it done Thursday, That would be $800 and something a day. I try to run $1,000 a day or more gross to the truck. Anything with the bad market that we're in right now, anything close to $1,000 a day is pretty good. It's when I start getting down around $500 a day gross to the truck that's a really bad load. Back when we were at the all-time high freight market, it was pretty easy to do $2,000 a day. I'd go out and run like 2 or 3 loads over the course of a month and make $10,000 to $15,000 gross to the truck, getting like $2,000 to $3,000 gross per day that I was actually driving. I was spending a lot of time just hanging out at the truck stop. It was just easy to make money back then. And we'll see how long this H-2B visa thing goes on and what impact it has on the freight market. I'm not sure if I've talked about the H-2B visas in my videos, but the illegal immigrant that did a U-turn in Florida and killed 3 people, and it became national news, and the president made a comment on it. They halted H-2B visas because of that. And that's what the trucking industry has been abusing for decades to import foreign labor. H-2B visas should not be used in the trucking industry. The intent behind H-2B visas is if it is impossible to find local workers to do the job, then you can import unskilled workers to do the job. H-1B visas are for skilled workers, people that have, a degree or some kind of expertise that you cannot get in the country. Trucking is technically considered a skilled labor job, but you can train somebody to do it in, 6 months. So the H-2B visas are what the trucking industry are using, and that is only intended for times whenever it's just impossible to find local workers to do the job. And whenever you import these foreign workers with H-2B visas, part of the H-2B visa states that this imported workforce is not supposed to negatively impact the local workforce in any way. So, the H-2B visas are completely misused. That's the reason that the mega carriers perpetuate this nonsense about, a driver shortage. They're constantly perpetuating driver shortage so that they can keep getting H-2B visas, so that they can keep importing foreign workers to suppress wages. So, yeah, the H-2B visas should not be used because there are local workers available to do the job, and the way that they're using them contradicts the usage of H-2B visas because it is affecting the local workforce. It's suppressing wages. It's suppressing rates. So We need someone in the federal government on the side of truckers, not just the mega carriers, but just truckers as a whole. And it's a really good thing. I feel bad for the 3 people that died, but it's a really good thing that trucking came into the national spotlight. And these illegal immigrants and legal foreign workers that are being imported into the industry, that got a spotlight put on it. And when it did, they were like, why are we bringing in these foreign workers to work in trucking? There's plenty of people to do trucking in the United States. So they shut down the H-2B visas. I'm not sure if that affects renewals. Another thing about H-2B visas is they are supposed to be short-term visas. I'm not sure what short-term means. I don't know if that's 90 days, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. But with them shutting down H-2B visas, I'm not sure if that is just new visas or also renewals. Because I think a lot of these people are coming in on these H-2B visas and just getting them renewed infinitely. We have a large number of foreign workers in the trucking industry. It's one of the easiest ways to legally enter the United States is to get an H-2B visa as a truck driver. And that's been shut down. So we could see a mass exodus from the trucking industry over the next year or two if they keep H-2B visas shut off. All those people have to go back to their countries if it affects renewals. "16 miles to go." And it is absolutely insane that people advocate for keeping the work visas in place, allowing H-2B visas in trucking, so that they can keep the cost of freight down, so that they can keep consumer costs down. So you just want to suppress the trucking industry. You want to flood it with foreign workers so that you can save a couple of cents at Walmart. Almost all the money that is saved on shipping doesn't make it to the consumer. It goes to shareholders and executives. Like, we have too many people in the world that are gullible, naive, and just don't understand how the world works. Finally got the window cleaned off a little bit with the rain we've been going through. And then I have a huge bug that just smashes right in my line of sight. It's like they're just sitting on the shoulder waiting for cars to drive by, and they're like, oh, that one's clean in the driver view. Let me go get this one. All right, looks like we got a car on the shoulder. The four-wheeler's moving over for him. The car behind me is about a mile back, so I have plenty of room to move over. No idea what's going on with that. I didn't see anybody. "12 miles to go." Speed limit just dropped down from 70 to 65. And we're coming up on a railroad crossing. I don't see any trains. I'm going to sleep good tonight. I'm going to Enid, home of Casey Hundley, Miss Oklahoma. I did not catch the year. Man, we've still got 9 miles to go until we get to Lowe's. Must be on the other side of town. All right, now the speed limit's dropping down to 55. Buckner's Volvo dealer. I hate Buckner's so much. Tyson Foods. I need to go over there and steal me some chicken nuggets. Aw, man. Come on, man. Oh my goodness, there's a Love's truck stop here in Enid. It's got a Carl's Jr. And there's a lot of trucks there. Now let's get back up. What in the world? There's some guy walking down the road in front of the Loves, walking right down the middle of the road. He has a yellow t-shirt on. Maybe he's the town crazy person. Oh, I'm doing 58. Speed limit's 55. Slow down a little bit. Northern Oklahoma College. Google says the speed limit's 45. I have not seen a sign. I'm going to slow down, though. It's probably turning down to 45 any minute. Yeah, right there's a sign that says 45. Maybe there was a sign back there that said 45 and I missed it. Five miles to go. Yeah, this place is on the other side of Enid. I'm yawning. I'm getting tired. I just had a shower. It's nice and cold in here. It's comfortable. Yeah, I'm going to chow down on some corn dogs and lay in bed and put on my little Meta 3 headset and watch some movies. Get to bed early. Hopefully sleep for like 10 hours. So I'm nice and well rested for tomorrow. When I was looking at the satellite images of this Lowe's, I hope they're not accurate. There was tons of stuff stored outside of the building, like all of the parking lot around the edge, around the like shipping and receiving area. All trucks use designated truck routes. And then they have signs, no trucks down this road, no trucks down this road. No trucks can make a right-hand turn here. Lowe's is right off of this road, so hopefully I don't have to leave this road on some kind of truck route to go around town. Oh my goodness. Those are some rough railroad tracks. So this is a designated truck route according to the sign up ahead. 412 West is a truck route. Well, that's awesome because the Lowe's is right off 412 West. Three and a half miles to go. I don't think I've ever driven through downtown Enid. I don't think I've ever been through this area. This guy wants to get in my lane. There he goes. It's like, man, I could pass all these people. Little Caesar's Pizza? Oh my goodness, I haven't seen one of those in a long time. I didn't even know that pizza place was still in business. I remember Little Caesar's Pizza from like the late 80s. They had these massive square pizzas that they would sell. I don't know if they still sell the huge square pizzas. Last time I ate there in the late 90s, early 2000s. You know what? I've eaten there since then. But I haven't seen a square pizza since the early 90s. When I ate there in the late 90s, early 2000s, it was round pizzas. And I remember at my last job, we would sometimes go to Little Caesars for lunch because they had like $5 medium pizzas that were pre-made. Just a second here. This SUV wants to get over in this space. that they can't make up their mind. Their cat brain is like, oh my God, I gotta get in that space. And then they're thinking, well, I gotta make a left turn up here. But that's space. 1.5 miles. When we get about a half mile away, I'll get over in the left lane. 1.5 miles is a long ways in a town. Wow, that person flew up on that other traffic. With how fast they were coming in there, usually when somebody comes flying up on slow traffic, I suspect that they're going to cut me off to get in the space in front of me. Yep, there they go. That's what they were doing. All right, I'm going to go ahead and grab the left lane. We're still 1 mile away, but traffic's pretty heavy, and I've got an opening right now. Swadley's Barbecue. Barbecue sounds good, but man, I haven't eaten barbecue in a long time because of how expensive meat has gotten. You go to a barbecue place and it's like $30 for a meal. No, thank you.
Use the left lane to turn left.
I'll eat my corn dogs. All right, at the light, we're going to make a left. Just turned green. I doubt we're going to make it. Everybody is over in the right side turn lane.
Use the left lane to turn left onto South Garland Road.
If people were spread out across the lanes, then I would have been able to go through there really quick. All right, now I need to get over to the left. You know what? There's a turn in a little further down. That's where I want to go. Yeah, it would be a major pain. If I turned in right here, it would be very difficult for me to get over to the dock because they've got like curbs and stuff making the roads really narrow.
Your destination is on the
All right, we're here. And we're going to grab the outside dock door right here. Let me just back up a little bit so I'm not so much in the road.
I'm going to go back there and open up the doors. And let's switch over to on-duty post-trip inspection. And let me go open the doors. Okay, let's crawl back in here. Back it on up. All the Lowe's delivery trucks are parked over here to my left. Damn it. Too far to the left. I overcorrected. What in the hell we got coming on here? Somebody's got a whole bunch of construction road cones. You know what I just thought of? I'm going to be sleeping at a hell of an angle tonight. At least it's angled back where I'm not going to fall out of the bunk. If it were angled the other direction where I might fall out of the bunk, that would be a problem. All right, and we are bumped to the dock. Turn all of our lights off, set all the brakes, do a vehicle inspection report. And I'm going to go out and inspect the trailer real quick because you don't want any surprises when you start your shift tomorrow. I don't want to go to do my pre-trip inspection in the morning and I've got a flat tire. So I'm going to go check all that stuff, log into the sleeper, grab some food. What is across the street? Is that a Walmart? Oh, if that's a Walmart, I think it is. Let me check Google Maps. That is a Walmart. What's the hours on this Walmart? Walmart Supercenter closes at 11 p.m. I'm going to walk over to Walmart and buy a gallon of milk and maybe get something from the deli section. So that's what I'm going to do right now. So thanks for watching. Have a good one. And I'm going to go to Walmart real quick and I'm going to get some dinner from Walmart instead of eating corn dogs. I should be able to get something out of their deli section, like some potato salad and whatever. So I'm going to feast off McDonald's tonight. So have a good one. Bye.